From shark attack to the Paralympics, Allie Truwit was snorkeling with her friend when the two of them were attacked by a bull shark. It tore off Allie's foot, and the girls knew they had to make it back to the boat if they stood any chance of survival. But getting to the boat was just the beginning. Hit like and subscribe. This is Fierce. Allie Truwit was 22 years old. In May 2023, she had just graduated from Yale University with a medical degree and was enjoying some downtime. She kicked things off by running a marathon with her mom on Mother's Day. Then she headed for some real R&R. Her destination was the islands of Turks and Caicos, where she traveled with her college friend and teammate, Sophie Pilkington. The two of them were competitive swimmers, something that potentially saved their lives when disaster struck just days into their overseas adventure. Situated in the West Indies, the islands are postcard perfect, with white sandy beaches, turquoise waters, and a tropical climate. It was the perfect place to celebrate the end of university and was a break before Allie was due to start work at a consulting firm. But something was about to change her life forever. On the morning of May 24th, they took a small boat out for a snorkeling trip. The cool water engulfed them as they jumped in. They had been told that the area is safe from sharks. Swimming and snorkeling in the crystal clear waters are the most popular activities for visitors to the islands. The underwater scene was a stunning mix of brightly colored fish and corals. The water was so clear they could see the ocean floor below them. But there was something hidden from sight. It was a predator, always on the lookout for an easy meal. And it was heading directly for the two young women. After snorkeling for some time, they headed back to the boat. With their heads down in the water, still admiring the marine life below them, they suddenly felt a heavy bump. Not sure what it was at first, both friends looked around, and that's when they saw it. A terrifying image that sent shockwaves of adrenaline and fear through the body. The gray skin and white underbelly of a bull shark. Its small beady eyes were fixed on them, and its mouth was slightly open, displaying rows of razor-sharp teeth. It bashed into the girls, and they shoved it back, pushing it away on the snout. Panic gripped them. Coming face to face with such a marine predator in a vulnerable situation like that was everyone's worst nightmare. While trying to swim back to the boat, they repeatedly pushed the head of the shark away as it came at them again and again. Then, suddenly, it grabbed Allie's lower left leg. She felt the searing pain of the bite and the intense pressure. In an instant, it had bitten down on flesh and bone, and in yet another instant, it had sheared right through them. When the pressure had released and she looked down, the image of her foot missing was something that would stay with her forever. But instead of panicking, giving in, the two determined young swimmers decided to make a dash for the boat. It was 75 yards away, 1.5 lengths of an Olympic-sized swimming pool, but they were some of the strongest and fastest swimmers around, and fending off the shark with their bare hands wasn't working. The shark was still circling them. It was coming back for more. Allie was leaving a blood trail behind her. It was tantalizing the bull shark, one of the most aggressive species in the ocean. The thought of the shark following them was terrifying. Any second now, it could take another bite. Any second, the two women were anticipating another bump from the enormous animal, or to feel its powerful jaws clamp around them once more. The 75 yards felt like miles. Each second felt like a minute. They were racing through the water, but it felt agonizingly slow. Miraculously and against all odds, they made it to the boat and hurriedly pulled themselves up and out of the water before the shark could get them again. But the fight had only just begun. Allie was losing a lot of blood. Her leg had been severed just above the foot, and she had been running on adrenaline and determination alone. Now, she could feel herself fading. But Sophie wasn't going to let that happen. She had also graduated from medical school and quickly made a tourniquet and tied it tightly around Allie's leg to slow the bleeding. It was a decision that may have saved Allie's life. She then turned the boat back to shore and rushed Allie onto the beach. She was airlifted to a trauma hospital in Miami where they fought to stave off infection, and she underwent 2 surgeries. Then she was transferred to a hospital in New York, and on her 23rd birthday, Allie was taken in for yet another surgery. This time it was to amputate her leg below the knee. The trauma that Allie and her friend went through was enough to destroy them. Allie admits that there were a lot of dark days. She was in her prime, in peak physical condition with a potential swimming career in the cards. But that all had been taken away from her in a split second. Or had it? Not long after the attack, Allie stopped asking herself, "Why did this happen to me?" and began asking herself, "Why not throw everything into something?" She was grateful to be alive. She knew the outcome could have been very different, and she credits the actions of her friend and teammate Sophie and the medical response for that. The shark may have taken away her leg, but she was determined not to let it take away her love for the water. With her family by her side, Allie took her first tentative steps into waist-high water in her family's backyard pool. It was the first step not just on her road to recovery, but toward her new goal, to make it to the Paris Paralympics. By the time she had made her decision to compete in the Paralympics, Allie had little more than a year to prepare. Just 3.5 months after the attack, she was back in the swimming pool, competing again. At first, she had flashbacks and her leg was painful, but the more she worked at swimming competitively and training with her new coach, Jamie Boren, the more she found her love for swimming once again. It was a huge accomplishment in itself to get back in the pool after such an ordeal. There were times when she didn't think it was possible, but every length she swam of the pool felt like a victory for Allie. She had her friends, family, and former teammates all cheering her on. They were there every step of the way for her. They began to see glimpses of the old Allie again, the determined young woman who dominated the pool. But there was more to come. Allie made it into the Nationals in Florida, swimming backstroke and freestyle. She competed internationally in Portugal, the first time she had left the U.S. since the attack. And incredibly, she won the 100 backstroke, 400 free, and 100 free in the Paralympic trials, making it to the USA team for the 2024 Paralympics in Paris. She was now swimming with and against other Paralympic greats, a dream she never thought was possible just 1 year before. Her determination to not just fight off a shark and survive, but fight to make it to the competitive stage again, is a testament to her character and a role model for others to follow. Celebrating the start of new summer adventures, Anne Blair Gribbin decided to take her twin daughters on a mother-daughter trip, alongside a few of their friends and their moms. She thought it would be a great way to enjoy the warm weather, far away from their Alabama town, Mountain Brook. Excitement was floating around the girls, as this was their first ever beach trip. June 7th started like any other day. The crystal clear water and white sand of Seacrest Beach, Florida, would later become the scene of a terrible accident. The girls were eager to soak up the sun and enjoy the ocean, so they woke up early in the morning and made their way to the beach at around 10:30 a.m. They enjoyed the carefree summertime vibe by playing volleyball, swimming, and tanning. Later in the day, the group made the decision to investigate the first and second sandbars, which are well known for their deeper waters and abundant marine life. They borrowed a boogie board and a hot pink sparkle float to navigate the waters, finding sand dollars and marveling at the wildlife. However, as soon as they got to the second sandbar, the girls realized that something was off. The decision was clear. They needed to swim down once to touch the bottom and make sure everything was okay. After a few more minutes, the girls quickly paddled back to the shore, fear settling in. After some more tanning, Lulu's sister Ellie came with an idea for a memorable photo. Each of the girls must hold in her hand a sand dollar. The only problem was that Ellie didn't have one. So she begged everyone to get into the water one more time and help her find a sand dollar among the sandbars. While swimming through the tranquil waves of Seacrest Beach, the girls befriended another group who helped them find more sand dollars. Fun and adventure led to them losing count of the hours spent in the water. So after the group of friends they met there left, they decided to get out of the water as well. But as they swam calmly toward the shore, a predator was lurking in the waist-high water, ready to attack. A piercing shark echoed through the water. One of the girls, Adele, saw the shark's fin circling the group, getting closer and closer to its potential prey. Panicked, she screamed for help, alerting everyone in the water and on the beach of the shark's presence. Lulu's twin Ellie recalls that in that moment, she simply knew she had to swim. She didn't look back to see if her friends and sister were right behind her. As Ellie reached the shore and turned around to check on the other girls, her eyes filled with tears and panic. In front of her, the ocean waves were stained red with blood. Among them was Lulu, who was struggling to save herself. A bull shark, known for its aggressive nature, had its jaws tightly locked around Lulu. The sight was nothing short of a nightmare. The 15-year-old's screams alerted other beachgoers who fled the scene, scared for their lives. Lulu was now alone in the water with the bull shark, who didn't seem to want to let go of her. Despite her attempts to kick the beast off of her, pain flooded her entire body, paralyzing it. The shark clamped its jaws around Lulu's left hand and claimed it as its prize, then moved on to her right leg. Lulu's lungs were filling with water every time the shark tried to get her underwater, dragging her with so much power that she felt it was impossible to free herself. With one last ferocious bite, the bull shark mauled Lulu's right leg, leaving her with her thigh bone visible and barely any muscle left. Under the terrified eyes of her twin sister Ellie, the scene felt surreal, straight out of a horror movie. All she could do was watch as her sister was dragged around the bloody waves, feeling helpless. She screamed for help, saying over and over again, "That's my sister," until someone finally came to their aid. A desperate dash to save Lulu's life soon followed the initial shock of the attack. As soon as the shark left the area, beachgoers, including 2 doctors on vacation, moved to help the injured teenager. A couple of men jumped into the bloody water to get Lulu ashore. Despite her shock, Ellie was determined to help and dove into the water, holding Lulu's head in hand to prevent the waves from hitting her injured body. Anne Gribbin, Lulu's mother, showed up on the scene not long after. A simple, "Mom, it's Lulu," is all Ellie had to say to the mother of 2 before tears streamed down her face and she let out a piercing scream. The sight of her daughter lying motionless on the beach, pale and covered in blood, was her worst nightmare. The scene was terrifying. Volunteers and doctors were working tirelessly to stabilize Lulu, as Anne's screams of horror echoed across the beach. Lulu was quickly airlifted to Sacred Heart Hospital in Pensacola, approximately an hour and 20 minutes away. Throughout the trip, Anne and Ellie held on to one another and fervently prayed that Lulu would survive. The extent of Lulu's injuries was revealed when they arrived at the hospital. In order to avoid further complications, doctors had to amputate her right leg just above the knee. She had also lost her left hand. During the attack, Lulu also lost 2/3 of her blood supply, which put her in critical condition. Even though Lulu had severe injuries, she managed to survive and continues to improve every day. Her vitals improved enough the next day that the breathing tube was taken out, and she started breathing on her own. Her first words to her family were, "I made it." Aspiring to be a doctor, Lulu demanded to watch as the doctors took out her central line a few days later. Several surgeries were required to seal the amputations and treat Lulu's wounds before she could start her recovery. She maintained the same spirit through it all. Lulu is still making jokes, smiling through the pain, and trying to find the good in what has happened to her. As for the scene of the attack, the normally bustling beach was eerily quiet in the days that followed the incident. Ellie and one of her friends that joined the girls in the beach trip, Lila, returned to the beach one night to reflect on the traumatic events, only to find it deserted. While shark attacks are rare, Panama City Beach police reported sightings of several bull sharks near the sandbar where the first attack occurred. Bay County Sheriff Tommy Ford suggested that the presence of bait fish near the shore might have contributed to the attack, as sharks often follow schools of fish. Most shark bites on humans are believed to be cases of mistaken identity or curiosity. Sharks might mistake swimmers for prey or be startled by their presence. In Lulu's case, the precise cause of the attack remains unknown, but it highlights the importance of staying alert when entering shark territory. Lulu's story is one of survival, bravery, and hope. Despite the physical and emotional scars, she remains determined to pursue her dreams and live life to the fullest. Her attack will continue to haunt Seacrest Beach for some time, and it will surely put things into perspective for her family and friends. Still, it's ironic how a first-time beach trip turned into a living nightmare. But everyone's minds are filled with the same thought. You can never be too prepared to come face to face with one of the deadliest predators ever. April 2023, 58-year-old Mike Morita was surfing in Hawaii's Kewalo Basin. It was Easter morning, and hitting the waves was the perfect start to the day. Mike had been surfing for more than 40 years. He was about as experienced as they come, but nothing could have prepared him for what lay ahead. He felt a sharp tug and realized immediately that it was a shark. Other surfers nearby watched as they saw Mike pulled off his surfboard. The power from the 7-foot shark was overwhelming. It dragged Mike underwater, and in an instant, he was left fighting for his life. Beneath the surface, he kicked and punched the shark, but it didn't let go. Mike was running out of air and made a desperate attempt to pull himself away. When he broke through the surface of the sea, he gasped, taking in a lungful of air before being pulled back under again. He couldn't release his leg from the vice-like grip. He scrapped with the shark, wrestling with it. He wrapped his arm around it, squeezing its body, trying to force it to let go. The water frothed all around him as he fought the shark. Immediately, the shark let go, and Mike rushed to the surface once more. Seeing the commotion unfold, other surfers had raced to the spot. They pulled him up out of the water onto another surfboard and began paddling him toward the shore. But Mike told them to stop. He had looked down and seen the state of his leg. It was badly mangled, and blood was pouring from it and into the water around them. Bobbing up and down in the sea, knowing that there was a predator somewhere below them that could strike at any moment, Mike's friends crowded around him. They used an ankle cord to tie tightly around his leg. It had the desired effect, and the blood loss immediately slowed. They could now paddle into shore, using the waves to propel them forward. Mike lived to tell the tale. Surgeons were unable to save his foot, but the calm demeanor and quick thinking of Mike and the help from his friends undoubtedly saved his life. Another holiday dip in the ocean nearly ended in tragedy for 47-year-old Ludmila Amak on the 4th of July. She was swimming with friends in the shallow waters off Fire Island, along the south shore of Long Island, when she felt something grip her thigh. Sharp teeth penetrated her skin, and she tried to stand up, but she was too deep. Instead, she tread water and reached down with her hands. She felt around, knowing now that she was held firmly in the jaws of a shark. She tried to pry open the jaws, but as she did so, the shark bit down even harder. Her hands were scraped and torn by the razor-sharp teeth, and she cried out to her friends. They rushed over to her, and Ludmila continued to force open the mouth to release her leg. Moments later, the shark let go. Ludmila's friends flagged out a lifeguard, and she was rushed onto the sandy beach. Ludmila remained calm. Blood ran down her leg, staining the golden sands around her. A series of tooth marks and puncture wounds covered her thigh, and lifeguards acted quickly to clean the injury and apply pressure. She was taken to the hospital, the adrenaline still coursing through her veins, dampening the pain. She received a tetanus shot, stitches, and antibiotics to stave off any infection. She had been incredibly lucky that the shark hadn't severed any crucial blood vessels. Also in July, University of Central Florida student Chris Pospisil hit the waves at New Smyrna Beach with his friend Reese Reddish. Always searching for the best surf, the two friends often spent time in the water together, but that afternoon, something was lurking below the surface. It could see the shadowy outline of Chris's surfboard above it, his arms and legs dangling in the water. Instinct took over, and the shark torpedoed upward. It crashed into Chris's surfboard and tipped the front of the board backwards. As time seemed to stand still, Chris felt the full force of the impact, and he began to fall back into the water. When he looked down, he saw the shark's open mouth protruding through the water, and its sharp teeth closed around his foot. Chris cried out for Reese before being dragged underwater. The shock from the attack hit him as he kicked and thrashed around below the surface. He could see the light above him and made a dash for it. The shark released its grip, but its eerie shadow continued to circle below. Chris thought that at any moment he would feel the crushing jaws around him once more, and he would be pulled back down. He didn't dare look below him. He just focused on getting to the surface. When he burst through into the sunshine, Reese was there waiting for him. He had watched in horror as his friend had slipped from his surfboard into the jaws of the waiting shark. He didn't hesitate to jump into action. He had rushed to the commotion and anxiously peered into the water below him. Seconds later, Chris emerged and Reese pulled him onto his board and raced toward the shore. Chris was rushed to the hospital for emergency surgery to save his foot. 7 tendons had been torn by the shark, and one of its teeth had become embedded in Chris's bone, a testament to the power of the bite. Chris had a long road to recovery and may never regain all feeling in his foot again, but he was lucky to have his friend right there by his side. Less than a month later, on August 7th, 65-year-old Tatiana Koltunyuk took the subway out of New York City to the borough of Queens. Her destination was Rockaway Beach, a place she visited most days since recently retiring. She had moved to the United States from Ukraine in the 1990s. Her husband had died within weeks of arriving, and she was left to raise their 3-year-old daughter on her own. She struggled to secure work as a marine engineer due to the language barrier, but worked tirelessly to provide for her daughter. It was early evening, just before 6 p.m., when Tatiana began swimming just 10 feet from the shore. She had been in the water a matter of minutes when she felt something run into her very hard. The force of the collision shocked her, and she immediately looked down by her side. That's when she saw it. A large head with small black eyes. Its mouth was agape. She could see its razor-sharp teeth. They were stained green with flecks of debris clinging onto them. Her heart immediately began thundering in her chest when she realized the shark was just inches from her, and she was staring directly into its eyes. It had powered into her to determine whether she was suitable prey or not. She just prayed it had made a mistake, but the shark hadn't made a mistake. It bit down on her left thigh, just above the knee. Tatiana let out a cry and watched in horror as the water around her turned red. Lifeguards rushed into the water and pulled her free, but the damage had been done. While the lifeguards shouted at everyone to get out of the water, police officers immediately tied a tourniquet around the leg. A deep gash to the back of her thigh was oozing blood. It was spilling onto the sand, and she was rushed to Jamaica Hospital in critical condition. She received 8 surgeries, 5 in the first 8 days alone. Although she had sustained a permanent disability from the attack, she survived. One of the doctors who treated Tatiana said that it was the biggest bite he had ever seen and believed that it was a miracle she had survived. It had been a very close call, and Tatiana would need years of physical therapy to overcome some of the damage inflicted by the bite. She would need mobility assistance and to change her home environment to make it more accessible. As the medical costs began to mount up, her daughter and son-in-law set up a GoFundMe page to try and cover some of the costs. As a recent retiree, Tatiana had planned to take a swim in the ocean most days and walk through the city's parks with her new puppy, finally able to relax from her years of hard work and responsibilities. But that had cruelly been taken away from her. On August 23rd, a 9-year-old boy was visiting Oak Island Beach. He and another relative jumped into the shallow water. They splashed about, jumping over the small wavelets and kicking spray at each other in 2 to 3 feet of water. A short distance away, some ripples erupted on the surface of the sea, and a school of fish jumped out of the water. But a second later, something grabbed him, and he screamed. Suddenly, the cries of joy turned to cries for help as he felt something bite down on his shoulder. Thought to be a juvenile, the shark immediately let go and swam off, chasing the school of fish further along the beach. The boy ran out of the water sporting bite marks, and his parents took him to Dosher Memorial Hospital in Southport. His wounds were only minor, and he was released later that day. In September, 38-year-old Mark Somerset headed to New Smyrna Beach in Florida's Volusia County from South Carolina. The waves were some of the best around following the impact from Hurricane Lee. He was nervous about getting in the water that morning. He had a feeling something bad was going to happen to him, but he had come all that way, and there were other surfers out there. He decided to brave the water and make the most of the incredible sets of waves coming in. While he was in the water, he noticed another shadow, and another, but the most dangerous shark is the one you don't see. When the wave had peaked and crashed into frothing white foam, Mark jumped off his board, ready to swim back out again. But as he hit the water, something immediately grabbed his head, perhaps attracted by the glinting gold chain around his neck. He felt a crushing sensation of something clamping down around his skull. He heard a crunch and thought his head was going to give way. He didn't feel the sharpness of the teeth or the threat from drowning, only the power of the bite, a force like nothing he'd felt before. Less than a second later, the shark let go. When he made it to the shallows, he leapt off his board and ran out of the water. Only when his feet felt the soft sand beneath them could he let out a sigh of relief, but his face was badly cut. The right side sported a long gash from the edge of his eye all the way down to his jaw. He needed 20 stitches to repair the punctures, but was eager to get back on his board as soon as possible. How to avoid shark attacks. Avoiding shark attacks involves a combination of awareness, precaution, and understanding shark behavior. Swim in grouped areas. Sharks are more likely to attack individuals. Swimming in groups can discourage sharks from approaching. Avoid the water at dawn, dusk, and at night. These are times when sharks are most active and likely to be closer to shore feeding. Stay close to the shore. The further you are from the shore, the more isolated you become, and the deeper the water, the more likely it is to encounter sharks. Avoid murky waters. It's harder for sharks to see clearly in turbid water, and they may mistake a human for their usual prey. Avoid high-contrast clothing and shiny jewelry. Sharks can see contrast well. Dark silhouettes and shiny objects can draw their attention. Don't swim if bleeding. Sharks have a keen sense of smell and are attracted to blood. Avoid areas with fishing and bait fish. These areas are likely to attract sharks. Don't splash excessively. Erratic movements can attract sharks. Be cautious around sandbars and steep drop-offs. These areas are favorites for sharks. Pay attention to shark warnings and sighting signs. Always heed local warnings and posted signs about shark activity. Don't enter the water if sharks are known to be present. Leave the water immediately if sharks are spotted. Remember, while shark attacks are a real danger, they are relatively rare. Most sharks are not interested in humans, and attacks often result from mistaken identity. Being cautious and respectful of their environment can significantly reduce the risk of an encounter. Bruce Wolov was a prominent Johannesburg stockbroker and a portfolio manager. In his 63 years of life, he became known for his love of water. Over the years, he swam all over the world, sometimes even among sharks, showing his adventurous and fearless nature. Unfortunately, his passion would prove to be the very thing that killed him when he decided to go for a swim off the coast of Plettenberg Bay, South Africa. There, he unexpectedly came face to face with a shark. Why unexpectedly? Well, surely Bruce wasn't thinking that's how his day would turn out, being attacked by a great white. He was, according to his friends, more fearful of the sharks in his industry than he was of sharks in the ocean. But in reality, Plettenberg Bay is known to be a hotspot for sharks, mainly because of the seal population that can often be seen in the surf off Roberg Beach. Plettenberg Bay has experienced increased great white shark activity in recent years, and tragically suffered 2 fatal shark bite incidents within 3 months of each other in 2022. Bruce was one of the victims. Following these incidents, the Plet Shark Action Group invited shark spotters, an established shark safety organization operating in Cape Town since 2004, to partner with them to implement effective shark safety activities at strategic beaches in the area. Since the first year of operations, Plet Shark Spotters has played an essential role in protecting beachgoers, tourism, and the local economy of Plettenberg Bay from the negative repercussions of shark bites. Great white sharks can be found throughout the world's oceans, mostly in cool waters close to the coast. These super swimmers are the largest predatory fish that eat other fish or animals on our planet. On average, they grow to around 4.6 meters long, but some great whites have been measured at 6 meters. While many think of these beasts as fearsome man-eaters, humans aren't, in fact, on the great white's menu. There are around 5 to 10 attacks a year, but researchers believe that rather than preying on humans to eat them, the sharks are instead taking a sample bite out of curiosity before swimming off. They are very curious creatures, and their method of investigating something, whether a crab pot or a human on a surfboard, is to take a bite as a way of collecting tactile evidence. This explains why in most attacks on humans, great whites just take one bite and then swim away. After years of being hunted as trophies, prized for their fins and teeth, great white shark numbers are declining. However, every now and then, a great white shark finds its way along a coastline. This time, one came right into contact with Bruce. Swimming was part of his DNA, and Wolov adored the sea. Everyone who knew him knew this. Being in the water was his happy place, from competing in water polo, deep-sea diving around the world, to long-distance swimming. On Tuesday, June 28th, just after 2 p.m., Plettenberg Bay National Sea Rescue Institute volunteers were alerted to a shark attack at Sanctuary Beach. Beachgoers had witnessed the harrowing event and immediately reported it, prompting a swift response from rescue teams. Bruce Wolov was swimming in the wide-open sea off Sanctuary Beach, a spot he deeply cherished. The waves were rather calm that fateful day as Bruce stepped into the chilly water. As he submerged himself, he remembered to keep an eye out for seals. Seals could signify the presence of sharks nearby, as sharks often prey on them. Despite knowing the risks, he remained undeterred by the potential dangers of swimming in possible shark-infested waters. His intuition told him to be cautious and return closer to the shore, but his confident demeanor ignored the warning. Bruce had always considered open water his second home. His brother would often call him a fish. But this time, his senses were off the charts. He searched around him for a shark fin or anything that could confirm his suspicions, but he couldn't find anything. Then he felt something grazing his leg. This time, it wasn't seaweed. The shark circled around his unsuspecting victim for some time before Bruce sensed something was wrong. When curiosity got the best of the animal, it bumped its head against Bruce's leg. A second later, the 63-year-old man began to swim back to the shore, but the shark had other plans. Opening its massive jaws, the great white leaped through the water toward Bruce's thigh. Sharp teeth met skin, meat, and blood. The shark just couldn't get enough, despite its instinct to run away. The force and speed of the attack left little chance for Bruce to defend himself or escape. A second and third bite left Bruce stranded in the middle of the open water, where no one could get to him fast enough to save him from the shark's jaws. Eventually, the shark retreated, leaving its victim floating in a pool of blood mixed with water. Beachgoers raised the alarm after witnessing the attack unfold in front of their shocked eyes. The NSRI Plettenberg Bay station was immediately notified, and rescue swimmers were dispatched to the scene. In an effort to get to Wolov as soon as possible, 2 NSRI rescue craft were launched. There was a tangible sense of urgency. Every second mattered in an attempt to save him. Bruce was swiftly brought ashore by the crew, where more medical support was waiting. Once back on land, a few paramedics and an NSRI doctor were ready to administer emergency medical care. As the team evaluated the severity of Wolov's injuries, they immediately began providing first aid. The shark bite had caused catastrophic damage, And despite their best efforts, it was clear that Bruce's injuries were beyond what emergency care could remedy. Unfortunately, mere minutes later, Bruce Wolov was declared deceased at the NSRI Plettenberg Bay Rescue Station. The time from the attack to the official pronouncement of death was shockingly brief, underscoring the lethal efficiency of the shark's attack. Bruce is thought to have suffered severe blood loss and trauma, leading to his death minutes after the bite. The passing of Bruce Wolov was deeply felt by those who knew him. Friends, family, and colleagues remembered him as a man who lived life to the fullest, embracing his passions wholeheartedly. Throughout his life, his passion for swimming and the ocean served as a defining characteristic of who he was. Wolov's family expressed their grief and paid tribute to his adventurous spirit. His daughter Galia shared a heartfelt message on social media, stating, "We will remember him as a loving husband, our dad and friend who was taken from us far too soon while doing what he was passionate about." This incident proves once again that one should always be cautious when entering a predator's territory. Michael Westwood's day began like any other on his luxury yacht. On the morning of September 7th, he woke up to calm seas and a clear sky, the sun reflecting off the shimmering waters of the Bahamas. The billionaire businessman, known for his love of adventure, had just finished several business deals and was ready to unwind in his favorite way, by diving into the deep blue ocean. Westwood had always been drawn to the ocean. He loved the thrill of diving, exploring coral reefs, and swimming with sea life. But on this day, something far more dangerous was waiting beneath the surface. The captain of the yacht, who knew the waters well, had suggested staying close to the reef, where the fish were abundant and the currents gentle. But Westwood, never one to settle for the ordinary, decided to dive further out, toward deeper water, where the bigger fish and sharks were known to roam. With his high-end diving gear on, he had done this many times before, swimming gracefully through schools of brightly colored fish, his mind free from the pressures of his high-stakes business world. But as he swam away from the reef and into open water, the mood started to change. The sunlight above became dimmer as the water deepened and the lively fish disappeared. In the distance, something large moved, slowly, deliberately, a shadow that sent a shiver down his spine. Westwood stopped, floating in place, his eyes fixed on the approaching figure. It was a great white shark, its huge body gliding silently like a ghost. Westwood had seen sharks before and knew that they usually left humans alone. But this one seemed different. The shark circled him once, then twice, coming closer with each pass. Westwood's heart began to race. He was far from the safety of his yacht, and the shark was clearly interested in him. Slowly, he started swimming back toward the boat, trying not to panic. But before he could cover much distance, the shark attacked. The force of the bite was beyond anything Westwood could have ever imagined. The shark's powerful jaws clamped down on his side, its razor-sharp teeth ripping through flesh and muscle with a sickening ease. The pain was instant, blinding, as if his entire body had been set on fire. Desperation kicked in. He thrashed wildly, trying to free himself, but the shark's grip was merciless. The ocean seemed to close in around him, its vastness now a terrifying prison as the shark dragged him deeper into the abyss. The surface above grew farther away, dimming as his vision blurred. Every breath felt like his last, his lungs burning, his heart pounding. His strength waned, the fight slipping from his body as he was pulled further from life. His once invincible world of luxury and power now meant nothing in the jaws of this relentless predator. Back on the yacht, the crew had been watching Westwood's dive from the surface, unaware of the horror unfolding below. It wasn't until they saw blood rising to the surface that they realized something was terribly wrong. The captain quickly sent out a distress call to the Coast Guard, but they knew time wasn't on their side. By the time the Coast Guard arrived, there was nothing left to save. The ocean had returned to its peaceful state, as though the attack had never happened. Westwood's body was never recovered, and the luxurious yacht that had once symbolized his wealth and power now felt empty and haunted. The news of Westwood's death spread quickly. People around the world were stunned by the story of the billionaire who had met such a violent end. Reports of shark attacks had been increasing in the area, and Westwood's decision to dive so far from the reef seemed to have sealed his fate. Westwood had always lived on the edge, seeking thrills and pushing boundaries. But in the end, his love for adventure had led him to a tragic fate. The ocean, which had given him so much joy, had claimed his life in a swift and brutal attack. The locals in the Bahamas, who had seen Westwood sail in and out of their waters, now spoke of the incident in whispers, warning others to respect the ocean's dangers. For many, the story served as a reminder that no amount of money or experience could protect anyone from the unpredictable power of nature. As the sun set that evening, casting a warm glow over the water, the sea once again appeared calm and inviting. But for those who had witnessed the events of that day, the ocean now seemed darker, more dangerous. A place where beauty and danger existed side by side, waiting for the right moment to strike. On the morning of May 27, 2024, Robert Cunningham's day began as usual. A billionaire known for his love of adventure, he set out to explore the waters off the coast of the Seychelles, his luxury yacht anchored nearby. The sun was bright, the water calm, and the conditions perfect for his dive. He felt invincible as he slipped beneath the water's surface. The early moments of the dive were peaceful, almost hypnotic. Cunningham moved gracefully through the crystal clear water, marveling at the vibrant fish and coral. But as he swam deeper, the atmosphere changed. The water darkened and an uneasy chill set in. Then from the shadows, he spotted it, a massive, great white shark, its cold eyes fixed on him. At first, Cunningham was fascinated. He had encountered sharks before and wasn't easily frightened. But this shark wasn't like the others. It circled him slowly, with purpose, its massive body gliding just out of reach. Cunningham's heart began to race as the reality of the situation sank in. He turned and began swimming back toward the yacht, faster now, but trying to remain calm. The crew above watched him, still unaware of the danger lurking below. Suddenly, the shark attacked. With incredible speed, it closed the distance between them, its jaws snapping shut on Cunningham's leg. The force was overwhelming. Pain exploded through his body as the shark's teeth tore through his flesh and bone, sending shockwaves of agony. Blood filled the water, turning it into a dark, swirling mass around him. Cunningham fought, kicking desperately, but the shark held on, dragging him deeper into the abyss. The weight of the water pressed down on him, the surface fading further and further away. His muscles burned, and his breaths grew more frantic, but the shark's grip was relentless. He was being pulled into the deep, and there was no escape. Above, the crew noticed the blood in the water. Panic set in as they realized something had gone horribly wrong. Desperately, they sent out a distress signal and prepared the rescue boat, but by then, it was too late. The ocean had claimed him. When the Coast Guard arrived hours later, all they found was the yacht, drifting silently in the water. Cunningham's body was never recovered, and the shark had vanished into the depths. The sea had taken its toll, leaving behind only the eerie calm of the empty ocean. News of Cunningham's death spread quickly, making headlines worldwide. The once invincible man, with his wealth and power, had been reduced to another tragic story of nature's unpredictable fury. The luxury of his life meant nothing in the face of the untamed ocean. He had chased adventure until it cost him everything. The locals whispered of the attack, warning others to respect the ocean's dangerous creatures. The Seychelles, once a place of paradise for Cunningham, had become the site of his final chapter. For those who had witnessed his last day, the ocean now seemed more terrifying, its beauty hiding a deadly force beneath the waves. The water, calm and inviting, had swallowed another man whole, leaving nothing behind but a trail of red and the ghost of a life cut short. On October 14, 2024, a shocking incident unfolded in Tela, Honduras, when a 38-year-old farmer named Roberto Bu was attacked by a shark while enjoying a day at the beach. The attack occurred around noon, approximately 200 meters from the dock, an area where shark encounters are rare. Witnesses described the terrifying moment as Bu played in the waves, having fun with family and friends. Suddenly, a wave hit him, and moments later, he began screaming for help, caught in a struggle with the predator. Bu's friend, Lizetta Rita, initially thought he was joking when he yelled for help, but panic quickly set in as she realized he was in serious danger. "We saw its black fin. It was huge," she recalled. The sheer horror of the situation escalated as family members rushed to the beach, shouting for everyone to get out of the water. Bu fought desperately to free himself from the shark's grip, but the injuries were severe. After the attack, Bu was quickly transported to a local hospital where he received emergency care. Doctors described his wounds as deep and dangerous, with significant damage to his leg and abdomen. Fortunately, he was stabilized after surgery and began his recovery. The locals responded with anger and vengeance after the attack. Dramatic footage captured the moment when the community members decided to hunt down the shark they believed was responsible for Bu's injuries. They managed to hook the shark and brutally beat it with a wooden club. This shocking behavior raises critical questions. What were they thinking? Was it right to retaliate against a creature simply acting on instinct? Should we blame the shark for doing what it does in its natural habitat? Marine biologist Gabriela Ochoa explained that sharks do not typically eat humans. They prefer fish, mollusks, and turtles. This emphasizes the unfortunate reality of the attack as a case of mistaken identity, highlighting how humans often react in fear and anger toward marine life. As you consider the events in Tela, think about how you would react in a similar situation. Would you feel the need to retaliate? Or would you understand that the ocean is a complex ecosystem where humans and animals coexist? The actions of the community raise questions that extend beyond the immediate situation, challenging us to think critically about our role in the natural world. In 2023, the calm beaches of Egypt were rocked by a tragic shark attack that claimed the life of Vladimir Popov, a 35-year-old swimmer. While he enjoyed a day in the water, a massive shark attacked him, leading to a horrific scene witnessed by many. The community was left in shock and grief, struggling to comprehend the tragedy that had just unfolded. In the days that followed, a wave of anger swept through the beachside town. Instead of taking time to reflect on the accident and understand what had happened, many locals turned their grief into rage. Fueled by fear and a desire for revenge, a group of fishermen and beachgoers decided to hunt down the shark they believed was responsible for Vladimir's death. They gathered together, armed with harpoons and wooden clubs, determined to find and kill the creature they blamed for their loss. They were convinced that the shark was a monster that needed to be stopped, forgetting that it was simply acting on instinct, as sharks do. Days passed as the group scoured the waters, driven by their anger and a sense of urgency. They shared stories about Vladimir, recalling his adventurous spirit and the joy he brought to their lives. But rather than channeling their grief into something positive, they focused solely on their mission to take revenge on the shark. Finally, after an intense search, they spotted a large tiger shark. The moment was filled with tension as the hunters closed in, believing they were about to serve justice. What happened next was a brutal display of violence. The hunters attacked the shark mercilessly, striking it with clubs and dragging it onto their boat. They cheered as if they had won a victory, but what they truly achieved was a shameful act of cruelty. As the lifeless shark lay on the deck, the initial cheers faded into uncomfortable silence. Many began to question whether they had done the right thing. Did killing the shark bring back Vladimir? Would it truly help them heal from their loss? The anger and fear that had fueled their actions now left a bitter taste. In 2001, Brian Waddle went fishing off the coast of Florida, looking forward to a fun day on the water. While he was enjoying his time, everything suddenly changed in an instant. A lemon shark attacked him, biting his leg and sending shockwaves of terror through him. The unexpected attack left him in a state of panic as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. Instead of trying to escape or staying calm, Waddle made a shocking choice. In a desperate attempt to survive, he began to fight back against the shark. He struck the creature with his hammer, hitting it repeatedly in a wild effort to free himself. The scene was chaotic, with Waddle battling an animal that was simply following its instincts. Witnesses who saw the attack unfold described the horror of the moment. They watched in disbelief as Waddle hit the shark over and over again with his hammer, his desperation clear. The image of a man attacking a shark in the water was both shocking and disturbing. Many people couldn't believe he was physically striking the creature instead of trying to swim away. As the struggle continued, Waddle managed to break free from the shark's grip. While some might see Waddle's actions as brave, others felt a sense of anger and disappointment. Instead of simply trying to escape the situation, he chose to lash out violently. This choice turned a terrifying moment into a brutal confrontation between man and animal, showcasing a disturbing side of human nature. The attack on Waddle raised important questions about how we react in dangerous situations. Sharks are often misunderstood creatures, and they don't typically target humans. By responding with aggression, Waddle contributed to the harmful perception of sharks as monsters. Instead of a story of survival that promotes understanding, his attack on the shark became a reflection of fear and violence. As the news of the attack spread, people began discussing the events surrounding it. Many felt that Waddle's reaction was unnecessary and harmful. The way he fought back against the shark overshadowed the reality of what had happened. Instead of recognizing the shark as a part of nature, Waddle's actions painted it as something to be feared and attacked. In the end, while Brian Waddle survived the terrifying encounter, his choices during the attack raised critical questions about our relationship with wildlife. Instead of choosing to escape without harming the shark, he resorted to violence. His story serves as a reminder of the need for empathy and understanding when faced with the unknown, urging us to consider how we can coexist peacefully with all creatures in the ocean.
On June 8, 2023, Yuri Popov and his 23-year-old son Vladimir headed to the waterfront next to the Dream Beach Hotel at the Egyptian resort of Hurghada. The pair, originally from Russia, had moved to Egypt several months before. It's reported that Vladimir was born in the subarctic city of Arkhangelsk in Russia before moving to Moscow. During the war with Ukraine, he moved to Egypt, apparently to avoid conscription into the army. His family had bought a property in the city of Hurghada, where Vladimir was working remotely as an IT specialist. On this particular day, he and his family were visiting the beach to relax and enjoy the cool waters of the Red Sea. The beach was busy. The water was full of locals and tourists swimming and splashing about in the shallows. Vladimir joined them. While his father remained on the sand, he took a dip. People were sliding down slides, landing in the water with a splash as children shrieked with excitement. A ladder lowered others into the water. The Red Sea Resort was popular, and the beach and the sea were its main attractions. People felt safe there. It was a life-guarded stretch of water, and the sea was calm. Not long after Vladimir entered the water, he heard shouts of concern. He looked around. Turning his head, he could see other swimmers heading for the beach. Holidaymakers screamed at the young man. Then he saw it, the telltale dorsal fin of a shark breaking through the surface of the ocean. It was large, dark gray, slicing through the water like a knife through butter. It circled Vladimir, its circles getting smaller and smaller. He made a dash for it, but he had left it too late. While others managed to get to safety, Vladimir had been targeted by the shark. It had locked its eyes onto the youngster from deep below the surface. The Russian's fate was now sealed. He hadn't spotted it in time. He was too far from the shore. The shark made a beeline for the swimmer and grabbed him. He was seen thrashing around in the water. He spun around and around as the shark tightened its grip and began to drag him downwards underwater. Amongst the commotion, Vladimir's legs were seen kicking above the water as he fought back. He was flipped over by the shark, disoriented and bloodied. Vladimir was then released and bobbed back up to the surface. The thrashing stopped. For a few heart-stopping moments, there was stillness. Vladimir, who was clearly injured as seen from the red-stained water surrounding him, could be seen beginning to swim back toward the shore. Was he going to make it? Maybe the shark had taken one bite and realized this was not its usual prey. Nervously, Vladimir summoned all his strength and headed toward dry land, but he only made it a few strokes. The ominous and terrifying shadow of the shark could be seen turning around and heading back for him. It hadn't finished its attack. It hadn't made a mistake. It knew this prey was injured. It was getting weaker, and it now came in for the kill. Vladimir cried out to his father on the beach. "Papa, Papa!" A desperate plea for help as the shark swam toward him again. It latched onto him, its huge jaws closing around his torso, pulling him underwater once more. The sea bubbled and boiled. The shark had him firmly in its jaws and thrashed, its body rising up and out of the water. Again and again it rolled, over and over, a commotion of tail and fins as it flapped wildly. By now, Vladimir was no longer visible. The shark pulled him under, never to be seen alive again. A lifeguard from a nearby hotel rushed to the man's aid. As soon as the attack began, he jumped into a speedboat, and the engine burst into life, motoring toward the action. But it was too late. There was nothing anybody could do. They arrived on the scene just seconds too late. The man's body had disappeared from sight. Although the attack will play out in people's minds over and over, each wondering if they could have done something, it only lasted a matter of seconds, about 20 seconds in total. It had been a ferocious and brutal attack. For Yuri to witness his son's death must have been devastating. Unable to help, unable to reach him, watching him take his last breath, knowing that Vladimir was fighting for his life, knowing that he was desperately trying to get back to shore, but he was all alone out there, fighting a losing battle. It must have been absolutely heartbreaking, a traumatic thing to witness. Vladimir's girlfriend, Anastasia, was also said to be in the water at the time of the attack. Some said that Vladimir warned her to swim away, protecting her from the imminent attack. Another Russian lady, devastated and distraught from witnessing the attack, was comforted by others on the sand. It's not known whether she was related to the family or not. Eyewitnesses, clearly traumatized from the tragic death, reported seeing the shark taking chunks out of Vladimir's body for up to 2 hours after the attack, dragging his body underwater again and again. Authorities launched a search for the tiger shark. It had remained in the area and was easy to spot from the speedboats. They circled the large animal, trailing behind them fishing nets. When it was caught in the net, it was dragged ashore and up onto the beach. As it lay there, its fins and tail wrapped in rope, it was clubbed to death as it squirmed and gasped. Men with metal bars and wooden sticks beat the animal again and again on the head and snout, another brutal and unforgiving death. A crowd gathered around the shark's motionless body, its large mouth gaping wide open. It had been a tragic end for both man and beast. Local officials said they were going to conduct a post-mortem and an investigation on the shark to try to understand why this incident happened. So often with shark attacks, a shark will take one bite before realizing it had made a mistake and swims away. It is less common for them to come back again and again. Authorities banned anyone from entering the water on the beach and several others that were nearby. Almost 50 miles of coastline were closed to the public for the following 3 days. Swimming, snorkeling, and kayaking were prohibited until it was deemed safe again. Shark attacks in the Red Sea coastal resorts are considered rare. However, in 2022, there were 2 fatal attacks near Hurghada City, where Vladimir was killed. The resorts are popular, especially with European tourists. They offer excellent swimming and diving opportunities. But when attacks like this happen, people doubt the safety of the waters. It will take time for the tourism industry to recover, but in time, people will forget, until it happens again.
"44-year-old Lauren Erickson Van Wart had graduated from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002 with a triple major in mathematics, English literature, and economics. Now she worked in Boston for Curriculum Associates. She was a math editor, providing resources to teachers, and had worked nearly 2 decades in educational publishing. But as well as her academic achievements, Lauren also loved the great outdoors. She was an avid runner, often venturing out with her husband of 13 years, Ernest, and their beloved dog. She was an adventurous young woman who was always keen to try new things. In 2023, Lauren and Ernest planned a vacation for the winter break. They were looking for some sunshine and warmth amid Boston's freezing winter months, something to break up the cold, dark days and nights. They opted for the Bahamas, just a short distance off the Florida coastline. It offered a tropical climate and white, flowery sand beaches over the festive period. But the Bahamas is also famed for something else. It's a hotspot for sharks. In fact, in 2011, the first shark sanctuary in the Atlantic Ocean was formed there. More than 40 species of shark frequent the waters, and this attracts nature enthusiasts and divers from all over the world. There are countless opportunities to dive with the marine predators in the pristine waters, and the country brings in more than $100 million from shark tourism. Some shark guides even go as far as to say that some areas within the Bahamas offer safe shark encounters. But, as everyone knows, sometimes people mixed with sharks spells disaster. It was the first full day of the couple's holiday. They had an entire week to look forward to. When they touched down on the island, they had made their way to the Sandals Royal Bahamian Resort on Cable Beach in western New Providence. It was a 5-star luxury resort, set on an immaculate white beach, surrounded by turquoise blue water. The hotel was picture perfect. Now, on the morning of December 4th, 2023, Lauren and Ernest decided to take advantage of some of the hotel's inclusive activities. They walked down the beach to where a line of paddleboards lay, propped up along the powdery sand. After signing a sheet of paper, the two dragged their boards into the water and climbed on. They pulled themselves across the bay and out toward the open sea. It was a cloudy day, but the sea was perfectly calm. All that was about to change. Unbeknownst to the couple, the further they paddled from the shore, the closer they were heading toward an enormous predator. It swam slowly yet deliberately below the surface. It was an opportunistic hunter and always on the lookout for an easy meal. With shark tourism so popular in the Bahamas, some experts say that the sharks have lost their natural fear of humans. Many attacks are unintentional, but some are clearly deliberate, and humans are singled out as food. In more recent years, the Bahamas has one of the highest rates of shark attacks in the world. When Lauren and Ernest reached about 3/4 of a mile from the shore, they decided to head back around. It was at that exact moment that the predator from beneath chose to strike. It torpedoed up through the water column, up toward the silhouetted outline of Lauren's paddleboard. With millions of years of hunting instinct packed into a powerful and muscular body, some species of shark are masters of surprise attacks. They knock into their prey, disorienting them, sometimes breaking bones and sending them flying through the air. Then, when the prey falls back into the water, they take a lethal bite. Ernest looked over his shoulder as an enormous gray head crashed through the sea surface directly underneath Lauren's paddleboard. It was the stuff of nightmares. Ernest saw Lauren smack back down into the water. A split second later, she bobbed back up, coughing and sputtering as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. It felt as though she had been hit by a truck, but there was more to come, and Ernest knew she was in trouble. Now, as he swiftly turned his paddleboard back around and began frantically paddling toward Lauren, he saw an enormous dark shadow coming up to the surface once more. He implored Lauren to pull herself out of the water, but in a matter of seconds, the shark had circled back around and darted at her from beneath. Lauren screamed when the shark wrapped its jaws around her side and clamped down with such ferocity that all Lauren could do was gasp. It crushed her torso, tearing through skin, muscle, and bone. Lauren was thrown from side to side as the shark shook its head. The couple's screams were heard by other holidaymakers on the beach. They looked out over the water. Terror gripped them as they realized what was happening. The water was bubbling and boiling. There was frantic splashing, and they saw the gray body of the shark arch out of the water as it rolled Lauren over. The lifeguard on duty at a nearby resort leapt to action. He powered toward the distressed couple, and without hesitating, he leaned over and pulled Lauren from the water. The shark was circling. It was coming back for more. But Lauren was pulled from the water, and seconds later, so was Ernest. When he looked down at his wife of 13 years, he could see that she was almost gone. She had lost so much blood in such a short space of time. She had a massive gash out of the right side of her body. Her right arm and hip were also severely lacerated. Ernest held on to her, trying to keep her awake, but she had already lost consciousness. When she stopped breathing, he began performing CPR. They made it to the beach where an ambulance was already waiting, and Lauren was rushed into it on a stretcher. But it was too late. She was gone. The attack had been too brutal and too devastating. There was nothing Ernest could have done. It was the most tragic end to their vacation imaginable. Something that they have been looking forward to for months had ended in disaster. When news broke of Lauren's passing, her friends, family, and colleagues were in shock. From the massive outpouring of grief, it was clear that Lauren meant so much to so many people. Even her neighbors in Lowell, where Lauren had lived for more than a decade, recalled how friendly and neighborly Lauren was. She would always wave and say hello when she walked her dog, a broad smile across her face. On Saturday, February 3, 2024, a memorial was held for Lauren in Massachusetts. The family requested that people attending wore a stylish hat in her honor, something Lauren was known for. Shark attacks are still incredibly rare, given how many people swim in the sea. Even in the Bahamas, where there is an abundance of sharks, relatively few incidents occur. In 2023, there were 14 confirmed shark-related fatalities in the entire world. Tragically, Lauren was one of them. The morning of August 19, 2003 started as usual for the small community of roughly 1,500 residents of Avila Beach, a picturesque coastal town in San Luis Obispo County, California. It looked like the perfect day for a morning swim, with the sun casting a golden glow over the crystal-clear waters. As Deborah Franzman looked over to the beach from her kitchen window, she thought she couldn't miss a rare opportunity like this one. So she woke her partner up, got ready, and headed to the beach with their dogs. 50-year-old Deborah was well-liked in her community. She taught sociology at Allen Hancock College in Santa Maria, where she was well known for her dedication to her students and for her craft. To her teenage son Alex, Deborah was also a loving mother. Her friends and relatives knew Deborah as a caring and understanding mother who prioritized spending time with her family. Deborah had another role in life besides being a teacher and a mother, that of an avid athlete. In addition to participating in triathlons, she enjoyed hiking, swimming, and golfing. Her commitment to physical well-being and her adventurous nature were well known to everybody in her life. On the morning of August 19, 2003, she put on her full-body wetsuit, which kept her warm, and fastened her fins. Then she focused on where she was going, which was 200 yards south of Avila Pier and roughly 75 yards offshore, according to witnesses on the beach. Though the water was almost 20 feet deep there, Deborah knew this area well. She felt at home here, surrounded by the rhythmic sounds of the waves and the occasional sea creatures that swam around her. Right in the spot she was about to swim, beachgoers saw a bunch of sea lions swimming around. For many people, this looked like a serene scene, but for connoisseurs, it was a dark omen. Swimming with sea lions, as Deborah often did, can be a magical experience. These playful and clever animals are well known for their curiosity and aquatic skills. They are gregarious creatures that are frequently observed in groups, and they love interacting with divers and swimmers. But there are dangers associated with swimming with sea lions. Great white sharks primarily feed on sea lions, and their presence can draw these predators. It's common knowledge that a shark is nearby when sea lions abruptly vanish under the water. Unfortunately, this is exactly what happened to Deborah on that beautiful Tuesday morning. As Deborah continued her swim, reaching a depth of about 20 feet, she was unaware of the danger that lurked close by. A pod of sea lions, seemingly curious to get to know the 50-year-old woman, approached her, swimming playfully around her. Sea lions were a common sight on Avila Beach. Deborah often watched them from afar, either on land or in water, but never had the courage to get closer. The sleek and agile sea lions darted around, chasing schools of fish and playing in the surf. Seen from afar, it was a splendid picture. The animals were breathtaking. From beneath the surface, the sea lions felt the presence of another creature. A great white shark, one of the ocean's most formidable predators, was cruising the nearby waters. Noted for their speed and stealth, these sharks are often called ambush predators due to the devastating force with which they strike their prey from below. They have the ability to grow to a length of 20 feet and a weight of over 4,000 pounds. These sharks are found worldwide in the oceans, but they are most prevalent in the coastal waters of California. As apex predators, great white sharks occupy the highest position in the food chain. They usually eat marine mammals like seals, sea lions, and dolphins, but also fish and seabirds. Their jaws are well known for their ability to bite with up to 4,000 pounds of force. Because of this, they can take big bites out of their victim, often delivering a single lethal blow. Usually, a great white shark will attack with a single strong bite. The goal of this first blow is to knock the victim unconscious with heavy bleeding. After that, the shark will frequently withdraw and wait for the victim to deteriorate or die before resuming its feeding. But when it comes to humans, sharks usually give up the attack after the first bite, realizing they've bitten into something different than their typical meal. As Deborah continued her swim among the sea lions, the spectacular moment turned into a scene straight out of a horror movie. According to witnesses on the shore, the pod of sea lions vanished abruptly as a mass of water began to rise. This sudden disappearance was a warning sign, indicating that a predator was near. In the blink of an eye, Deborah was gone too. In her stead, a gray fin was circling the bloody scene of the crime. The great white shark struck from below, breaching the surface and delivering a massive bite to Deborah's left hip. She had absolutely no time to react. The shark's jaws hit her hip bone, which acted like a barrier, slowing the speed of the attack. Then the shark struck her left leg. The force of the bite tore most of the tissue from her leg, and the churning water quickly turned red with blood. The attack was quick and efficient. Deborah was left unconscious, and the shark was waiting in the shadows for her to die, before continuing to feast on her body. One of Deborah's friends was on the beach when they saw what happened. They let out a horrified scream, alerting the lifeguards. "A shark's got her! A shark's got her!" 5 lifeguards ran down the pier and dove into the water without thinking twice. Despite not knowing what was ahead of them or having any rescue equipment, they felt compelled to try and save Deborah. The lifeguards raced into the water to get to Deborah, who was floating face down. When they reached her, they carefully turned her body over and looked at the horrifying injury. In a race against time, they swam together toward the coast. In a last-ditch effort to save Deborah, they laid her down on the sand and started CPR. Sadly, despite their heroic efforts, it was already too late. Paramedics pronounced Deborah dead at the scene. The massive bites and all the blood she had lost had been fatal. Deborah's injuries were later examined by Robert Leah, a marine biologist with the California Department of Fish and Game, who confirmed that the bite was consistent with that of a great white shark. Deborah's intuition that day failed her. Despite avoiding the pod of sea lions before, something called on her that day. Unfortunately, her story ended abruptly, in the jaws of a vicious predator and under the eyes of her loved ones. Stories like this one remind us of the perils that hide beneath the ocean's surface. Despite what you might want to believe, you're never alone when you swim in open waters. Nick Slater loved the ocean. It served as his haven, a place where he could unwind after a demanding day at the real estate office. His favorite spot was Greenmount Beach on the southern Gold Coast. With its consistent waves and picturesque surroundings, it's a surfer's paradise. Tuesdays like this one were Nick's favorite kind of Tuesdays because he got out of the office early and went surfing. He would often talk about how being out on the water gave him a sense of peace and how everything seemed to disappear when he rode a wave. He cherished surfing's challenge, excitement, and sense of community. On that fateful Tuesday, Nick finished his work early, eager to get out on the water. The waves were calling to him. As a seasoned surfer, Nick was 46 years old, aware of the dangers, but always mindful of the sea's strength. Nick caught a couple of good waves early on. He felt in tune with the water, with every movement of his body in harmony with the board beneath him. The worries of his everyday life melted away, replaced by the pure joy of surfing. As the afternoon wore on, Nick's confidence gained a huge boost. He was now ready for bigger waves. The 46-year-old man paddled out a bit further, where the waves were bigger and more powerful. The water was clear and inviting, with no sign of danger. Or so he thought, for underneath lurked a 15-foot-long great white shark, one of the ocean's greatest apex predators. As he stood up on his board, he felt a rush of adrenaline. These were the kind of moments he lived for. Growing up on the southern Gold Coast, he spent endless hours on sandy shores and in clear blue waters. Once he learned how to surf, no one could get him out of the water. Riding the waves, he felt right at home. That moment of pure serenity was suddenly shattered when a powerful force struck his board from underneath. Nick lost his balance and fell into the warm water. He saw his board flying through the air, then disappearing under the waves. The next moment, he felt a sharp, excruciating pain in his leg. The shark's serrated teeth sawed through Nick's leg with massive force. The animal shook its head continuously while it ripped skin and flesh, exposing bones. Despite the terror and pain, Nick's instincts as a surfer kicked in. He knew he had to get to the surface to get air. For a brief moment, he was able to escape and surface, struggling to breathe. His shouts for help were heard by beachgoers, who immediately ran toward the waves to save him. Before his rescuers reached the water, the shark pulled him under again. Struggling to stay conscious, Nick's vision became blurry. He could feel the shark's strong jaws crushing his leg and its teeth ripping through his flesh. With the last of his strength, he attempted to fight back, punching and kicking, but in vain. The shark was simply too strong, a bulldozer of an animal. The attack finished as quickly as it began. The splashes of water subsided, and the dark silhouette of the shark left the scene, returning to the shadows. Jade Parker, a fellow surfer who had been about to enter the water, saw Nick's board floating aimlessly, with Nick's body nearby, unmoving. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the gravity of this situation. Parker ran down the beach, dropped his board, and sort of trudged through the lineup to get to him. There was already a crowd of people pointing and yelling toward the water, trying to see what had happened. Jade swam as quickly as he could, shouting for help. 3 other surfers joined him. When they finally got to Nick, he had already passed out, and they saw his leg was a horrific scene of blood and ripped flesh. From his groin down to where his leg was supposed to be, it remained nothing but a gory scene. Together, they were able to pull him onto a surfboard, starting the difficult process of getting him to safety. As they finally reached the beach, a larger crowd had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Lifeguards and beachgoers rushed to help. The scene was chaotic, filled with urgent calls for assistance and the sound of sirens in the distance. Despite their best efforts, it was clear that Nick's injuries were too severe. He had lost a significant amount of blood, and his body was unresponsive. Glancing down at Nick's surfboard, Jade saw a big bite mark, a rough circle roughly the size of a basketball. Embedded in the fiberglass was a 1.6-inch tooth, unmistakably from a great white shark. The reality of the situation hit hard. Nick had been a victim of a great white shark attack. His chances of survival were slim at best. When paramedics arrived, they assumed control, but their options were limited. Nick's injuries were catastrophic, and he had already slipped away. In the frenzy of the moment, Jade and the other surfers thought Nick was still alive. To them, he was still breathing. In reality, Nick was already dead before they managed to reach him. A lonely and terrible death. The shark tooth that Jade found embedded in Nick's board was later analyzed. It was definitely a great white shark tooth. Great whites are the world's largest predatory fish. They get their name after their white underbellies, but their top sides can come in a variety of browns and grays. This stark contrast allows these types of sharks to blend in with their surroundings, and thanks to the immensely popular 1975 film, Jaws, which starred a massive great white, this species is one of the most recognized sharks on the planet. Great whites can rocket through the water at speeds approaching 35 miles per hour. This speed and a bite force of up to 1.8 metric tons allow the shark to quickly inflict massive trauma on their prey, disabling their target and thus protecting against a counterattack. The great white shark's infamous smile is made up of 7 rows of serrated 2.5-inch long teeth. While the animal possesses around 300 teeth in total, most aren't used to bite. Great white sharks have a bite more than 20 times stronger than a human, so you can only imagine the way Nick felt when that shark started to maul him. The pain is indescribable. Some victims don't even feel the pain. They simply succumb to the horrible death. Like Jade, a lot of surfers did not let the tragedy stop them. It's just a simple fact that you have to take that risk getting into the water, he said. If there are things that can help us not get killed in the water, I am all up for that, especially shark devices. After Nick passed away, the Gold Coast's reputation as having generally safe beaches was damaged, and conversations about how to better safeguard beachgoers without endangering marine life were sparked by the incident. Nick Slater's death was a real tragedy, especially knowing his bubbly personality and love for the ocean. Some people would say it's an unfair death, which is definitely true. However, you should always be prepared when going into a shark's territory. You never know if one day it will be your last swim ever. The cold Pacific waters lapped at the shore under the overcast December sky. Kelp beds, oily and wet, swayed gently, as if something massive and unseen was stirring beneath them. This was the setting for Louis Boren's final tragic surf. The 24-year-old headed to South Moss Beach early in the morning to meet up with a friend. Their plan was simple. The cold and overcast weather created the perfect setting for some wonderful, almost 15 feet high waves, and the two young men decided they would make the most out of it. Lou arrived at the parking lot, greeted his friend, and descended on the beach. The waves that morning were fantastic. Lou Boren was a seasoned surfer, a big guy with an even bigger love for the ocean, and his wish was to catch the wave of his life. Lou and his friends spent all morning surfing, paddling and enjoying the ocean. The weather had changed drastically since earlier that day. The waves were even higher than before. Visibility was poor, and the powerful wind drove people away from the beach. The scene was now deserted, almost horror movie-like. Still, this didn't deter Lou from one last dip in the water. He was last seen around 2 p.m., alone on the beach, heading toward the chaotic waves. No one knows what propelled Lou to do this. Was it adrenaline? Was it a greater force that called to him? It's still a mystery. The waves definitely looked uninviting, but for Lou, that was a challenge, not a warning. The waves at that moment were 6 feet high and unruly, the kind of challenge he thrived on. The water was clear but rough, and visibility was poor because of the turbulent conditions. Lou's board cut through the water with ease. The storm swell was powerful, and the air was thick with the scent of salt and seaweed. He suddenly stopped to take in the view. The isolation, the raw beauty of the ocean, was why he loved surfing. But this isolation also meant he was alone with whatever lurked beneath. In that very moment, Lewis was being watched by one of the ocean's deadliest predators. A mammoth-sized great white shark, estimated to be 17 to 19 feet long, was cruising the kelp-filled shallow water nearby. It didn't take long until the animal saw Lou lazily floating on his board. The shark moved with silent, lethal grace, sizing up Lou from afar and casting a huge shadow on the sand below. The tranquility of that moment took over the surfer, leaving him unaware of the danger that lurked underwater. Were the conditions that day better, he probably would have sensed that something wasn't right. The submarine with teeth, as someone would later call the great white shark, waited for just the right moment. Then, without warning, the animal swims with unimaginable speed, opens its massive jaws, and takes a bite of the yellow kneeboard and the surfer that was on it. Lewis, unsuspecting, is hit with incredible force and propelled into the icy Pacific water. He feels immense pressure on his chest and back without realizing what has just happened to him. Almost half of his board now missing, being pushed around by the waves, is what he first sees. Then he puts 2 and 2 together, and the surge of adrenaline leaves his body just as he is about to see blood surrounding him. A massive chunk of flesh, ribs, and skin from under his left armpit to his hip is missing. He doesn't even feel the pain anymore. He simply sinks further into the ocean, unable to fight the currents. What happened is a surfer's worst nightmare. From the left side, the shark surged upward in a powerful burst of speed, jaws wide open. It bit through Lou's board and into his body with horrifying precision. The impact was devastating, the crescent-shaped bite tearing through his flesh, nearly severing him in 2. Despite his first instinct being to fight the beast, Lou's struggle was brief. The almost 19 feet long animal left its prey almost immediately after the attack. It no longer presented any interest. A few moments later, the world around him faded to darkness, and he surrendered to the cold embrace of the ocean. Great white shark attacks are more rare than you think, and humans aren't their number one most loved prey. In fact, these sharks attack out of curiosity, oftentimes taking taste tests of unfamiliar objects that catch their eye. Films like Jaws propagate the image of great whites as mindless hunters, prowling dark coastal waters for hapless swimmers, an animal whipped to frenzy by the scent of human blood. Yet, not only do most people survive their encounters, many suffer only moderate injuries. Swimmers dragged underwater by great whites are sometimes left with puncture marks, but the animals often don't inflict more severe wounds. Unfortunately, fatal attacks can happen, and when Boren sadly lost his life due to a great white, the media went crazy. The day after Lewis was last seen, 2 surfers were walking on Asilomar State Beach in search of the perfect spot to start their paddling. Their eyes caught the vibrant yellow of Lou's kneeboard. Actually, half a kneeboard. A big 18-inch chunk of it was gone. The shape was similar to that of a crescent moon, which could only mean one thing. Something massive took a bite out of it and possibly injured the surfer in the process. They found the board's missing piece nearby, and they decided to alert the authorities. 5 days after the attack, at 11 a.m. on December 24th, a park ranger spotted Lou's body near Pacific Grove, a little over a half a mile from the attack site. The body, bearing the gruesome evidence of the shark's bite, was partially submerged in waist-deep water. His body was completely intact except for the site of the shark's bite, which means the shark didn't return for seconds or thirds. The attack happened out of pure curiosity. Curiosity that cost Lou his life and made him endure the loneliest death imaginable. The trauma to the left side of Lou's body, from the armpit down to the hip, matched the shark attack's pattern, and marine biologists concluded it was consistent with the injuries caused by a great white. The news of Lou Boren's death caused a national uproar. The press seized upon the story, with every major paper and TV station covering the horrific event. Rolling Stone magazine ran a feature story with a haunting piece of artwork depicting a great white shark cruising through kelpy shallows at night, blood streaming from its gills. The image was so disturbing that it became a symbol of the terrifying encounter, a reminder of the ocean's hidden dangers. Still, one simply cannot help but think of the lonely, cold death that Lou Boren endured. The ocean that he loved so much holds a lot of secrets and monstrous predators. You never know when one of them will strike. Tamayo Perry was a beloved surfer, lifeguard, and occasional actor. Everyone knew him for his infectious personality, amazing surfing skills, and dedication to the ocean. Born in 1975 in a small country town just east of the north shore of Oahu, Hawaii, Tamayo Perry developed an early love for the ocean. His deep connection with the ocean and its waves led him to pursue a career in professional surfing. Perry was well known for his ability to surf some of the most dangerous waves in the world, especially the infamous pipeline on Oahu's north shore. The pipeline, often referred to as the world's deadliest wave, was where Perry honed his skills and built his reputation as a fearless and talented surfer. The Bonsai Pipeline is a renowned surf reef break situated in Hawaii off Ehukai Beach Park in Pupukea on the north shore of Oahu. Pipeline is famous for its massive waves that break in shallow water just above a sharp and cavernous reef, creating large, hollow, and thick curls of water, ideal for surfers to tube ride. Pipeline features 3 reefs, each located progressively farther out to sea in deeper water, which become active as the size of the approaching ocean swells increase. Tamayo's 1999 victory at the Pipeline Masters Trials secured him a spot in the main event, where he upset the #1 world title contender, showcasing his skills in some of the biggest and rawest wave conditions in the history of the competition. Proving that a small-town island boy could compete with the world's best, he soon received an invitation to the Tahiti Trials, introducing him to the world's second most infamous wave, Teahupo. The conditions were extreme, demanding 110% focus, commitment, and respect. As a devoted waterman, he gained tremendous knowledge not only from his accomplishments, but also from his suffering. Several years ago, while surfing an extra-large pipeline, he was involved in a freak accident that turned into a near-fatal experience due to someone else's lack of awareness. Perry was struck by a wayward board embedded in a tumbling wave. The accident required 100 stitches to his head. The lessons learned from that event inspired him to instill proper surf etiquette and safety in those he taught. Tamayo Perry pursued acting in addition to his surfing career, landing parts in a number of well-known movies and TV shows. Known for his surfing prowess, Perry made his big-screen debut in the 2002 movie Blue Crush. He also made cameos in well-known TV shows like Lost and Hawaii Five-0. However, he played one of the Buccaneers alongside Johnny Depp, Penelope Cruz, and Geoffrey Rush in the 2011 blockbuster Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger Tides, which was his most well-known role. In July 2016, he started working for the City and County of Honolulu Ocean Safety, and he soon established himself as a valuable team member. Because of his vast experience and deep knowledge of the ocean, Perry was an excellent lifeguard, especially on Oahu's treacherous north shore. Kurt Lager, the acting chief of Honolulu Ocean Safety, praised Perry for his infectious personality and unwavering dedication. Tamayo's personality was infectious, and as much as people loved him, he loved everyone else more, Lager said. His decades of surfing experience and growing up on Oahu made him aware of the presence of sharks. He developed a sort of sixth sense. In a June 2019 Facebook post, Perry admitted, "Can people smell sharks around? I don't know if it's my imagination, but I swear I can smell when they're around." Tamayo's ability to sense sharks around him became a unique aspect of his connection to the ocean. Friends and fellow surfers often noted Perry's heightened awareness whenever he was in the water. Despite this extraordinary sense, the ocean's unpredictability posed a constant threat to Tamayo. After two sharks attacked Mick Fanning back in 2015, Tamayo wrote in a Facebook post that sharks freaked him out. He also eerily mentioned that only the Lord can say when it's your time. And he was sadly right about that. On June 23, 2024, an ordinary Sunday afternoon turned tragic when the 49-year-old surfer was attacked by a shark while surfing near Goat Island, just off Oahu's north shore. Perry would often swim and surf in that very spot. That day, he was taking a well-deserved break from his job as a lifeguard, and he decided it would be a great idea to catch some waves. Goat Island has waves almost all year round due to the steady trade swells and north-northwest reps. However, the winds are almost always unfavorable. In the summer, it's pretty popular because it's one of the few places on the east side that has anything to ride. It's also worth mentioning that Goat Island also lies adjacent to a river that sometimes deposits dead animals and other things into the area that attracts sharks. A legend wraps the area in mystery. It's believed that Laia Bay is the legendary home of a shark god who goes in the form of a more than 30-foot-long tiger shark. Legend or not, one thing is for sure. Sharks can definitely hide here beneath the crystal blue waves, posing a serious danger for unsuspecting swimmers and surfers. On that fateful day, Tamayo's sixth sense couldn't help him. At approximately 1 p.m., a distress call was made, reporting a surfer who had suffered severe shark bites and was struggling in the water. The alarm was raised, and emergency services, including Honolulu Ocean Safety, rushed to the scene. It's still unclear how the attack happened. What we do know for sure is that Tamayo was pretty much alone in the water. The shark caught Tamayo off guard, despite his vast experience and his alleged shark radar. The two other people who were in the ocean at the time paddled towards him as soon as they noticed the 49-year-old struggling. The scene was horrifying. They could only see a mix of water, foam, and blood. But from Tamayo's screams for help, it was clear to them it was a shark attack. From time to time, Tamayo's body resurfaced before it got dragged underwater again by the relentless shark. The pain must have been unimaginable. When the water calmed down, the ocean revealed Tamayo's mauled body as silence fell over the beach. He was missing a leg and an arm, and he wasn't moving at all. The two people, along with the lifeguards, quickly reached the floating body of the famous surfer. They immobilized him and brought Perry to shore via jet ski. Paramedics were on standby, but despite their immediate assistance, Perry was pronounced dead at the scene. The type of shark involved in the attack is currently unidentified. However, given the extent of Tamayo's injuries, it's believed that a tiger shark might have had something to do with the attack, as tiger sharks are present in that area. The tiger shark can weigh up to 2,000 pounds and has a reputation for eating almost anything. From time to time, these sharks decide to attack humans, making them one of the most dangerous shark species. Professor Kim Holland from the Hawaii Institute of Marine Biology highlighted the enigmatic nature of shark attacks. We don't really know why. Every once in a great while, sharks decide to bite something. It's a mystery. Unfortunately, Tamayo's journey was cut short too soon. A true legend who died doing what he loved. Matteo Mariotti, a 20-year-old Italian student from Parma, saw his biggest dream become a reality, studying abroad in the beautiful and mysterious Australia, the absolute paradise for any marine biology enthusiast. Ever since he moved to Australia in 2022, he has managed to explore almost every nook and cranny the continent has to offer. But amidst the hikes, sightseeing, and surfing, snorkeling managed to steal his heart. The ocean, along with its many undiscovered creatures, had always interested Matteo, as early as he could remember. So on the day that he received some heartbreaking news from back home, he decided he needed to clear his mind, doing one of his favorite water activities along with a few of his friends. The news of his grandfather Giovanni passing away in Italy shook Matteo to his core. The mere thought that he was thousands of miles away from him, not being able to see him for one last time, filled Matteo's mind. On that Friday afternoon, December 8, 2023, he saw 1770 Beach as the best place to fight that feeling of helplessness. The shores of 1770 Beach are, at times, so rocky that it's difficult to get in and out of the water. This wasn't really a challenge for the 20-year-old. He was used to exploring remote areas and had plenty of experience with rocky shores. However, this serene landscape was about to turn into a nightmare that would test his will to survive. As he slipped on his mask and snorkel and strapped his GoPro camera to his wrist, Matteo took a few steps into the murky water. The familiar sensation of the coolness of the water wrapped around him. A few steps forward, as he was preparing to capture colorful fish and corals on his camera, the tranquility of the waters was shattered. Finally, he saw it. A shark, its jaws latched onto his leg, dragging him deeper into the sea. The shark tugged at Matteo, biting his leg uncontrollably until he finally sank underwater. Its sharp teeth, folding in different directions around Matteo's leg, wouldn't let its prey move, not even an inch. The 20-year-old struggles only led to more injuries. As he tried to release his leg from the shark's jaws, the animal's bite became more powerful, sinking deep into his flesh. Fear and adrenaline combined into a desperate fight for survival. Matteo knew he had to act fast. Struggling against the powerful creature, he grabbed his GoPro camera, struggling to turn it on. If this is my end, I want my family to know what happened, he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. Matteo's terrified and agonized voice resounded in the water as the camera rolled. I'm being attacked. Help! Someone, please help me. I beg of you. His friends, relaxing back on the shore, didn't hear Matteo at first. It was only when Tommaso Agasti, Matteo's friend and a trained nurse, lifted his head, scanning the horizon, that he saw the terrifying scene. Without a second thought, Tommaso sprinted toward the water. As he dove into the water, Matteo was bravely fighting for his survival. He tried to keep the shark away as much as possible, fearing it would drag him farther away from the shore. The predator bit him again, this time its jaws almost ripping his leg apart. In that moment, Matteo's instinct kicked in. He kicked the shark's head as hard as he could, wedging his swim fin into the creature's mouth. For only a moment, the shark's jaws released its prey, confused by the foreign object. It was the chance Matteo had been waiting for to save himself. Matteo's friends pulled him onto the rocky shore. He tore off his belt and used it as a tourniquet to slow down the bleeding from Matteo's mangled leg. Call for help, he yelled to one of his friends, who quickly dialed emergency services. A ray of hope appeared just as they heard the sirens. Paramedics rushed to the scene, but as soon as Martin Kelly, a senior operations supervisor with the Queensland Ambulance Service, saw Matteo's injuries, he knew the situation was dire. This is one of the most severe injuries I've ever seen, he remarked, directing his team to stabilize Matteo for transport. When the helicopter came, he carried Matteo's stretcher on his shoulder, ensuring he was safe. Matteo was transported by helicopter to Bundaberg Hospital, where he received initial treatment. Later on, he was transferred to Metro North Hospital in Brisbane, where he underwent surgery. The choice was obvious. Matteo's right leg would have to be amputated below the knee in order to save his life. Matteo thought of his dear grandfather and his family as he was wheeled into surgery. He remembers thinking that he desperately didn't want to die and that he wanted to make his grandfather proud. Matteo awoke to a harsh reality. His leg was gone, leaving behind the chilling memory of the attack. The road to recovery would be a difficult one, both for his mental health and his finances. One of his friends, Rachel Guerreri, spearheaded a GoFundMe campaign to tackle the mounting medical bills, and the response resonated globally. Donations poured in, showing everyone's love and support for Matteo. Matteo's thoughts turned back to the terrifying experience that almost took his life as he started his recovery process. The shark, it dragged me relentlessly. Motivated by his love of marine biology, Matteo never lost sight of the greater picture despite the personal tragedy. He was aware of how important sharks were to maintaining the delicate balance of the marine ecosystem. Despite being extremely personal, his experience would not influence his decision-making. He stressed that although shark attacks were undoubtedly scary, they were fortunately uncommon. Statistics paint a sobering picture. The Florida Museum's International Shark Attack File documented 57 unprovoked attacks worldwide the prior year, with only 5 ending in fatalities. With its extensive coastline, Australia came in second place to the U.S. in terms of attacks. Leading shark ecologist Dr. Johan Gustafsson provided insight into the possible risks that might be present below the surface. These apex predators may confuse humans for their natural prey due to poor visibility in murky water. Seasonal movements of bait fish closer to shore attract larger predators such as sharks, which further complicates matters and raises the possibility of mistaken identity bites on unsuspecting swimmers. The water that day was indeed murky. When sharks are chasing fish, a mistaken bite becomes a possibility. Dr. Gustafsson's explanation resonated with Matteo. He, more than most, understood the fragile balance between fear and fascination when it came to these misunderstood creatures. On the shores of 1770 Beach, Matteo Mariotti was unintentionally bitten by a shark that managed to alter the course of his life forever. Despite his Australian adventure ending too soon, he keeps a positive outlook. "I no longer have a leg, but I'm alive," he said. "My grandfather protected me. I feel his presence every day." What was supposed to be a relaxing afternoon swim turned into a scene right out of a horror movie. Thadeus Kubinski, or Ted as friends called him, wasn't the type of person who would say no to adventures. He had an easygoing nature about him, which made people fall in love with him. So it wasn't a surprise that Anna stood by him all these years, raising 3 sons together. When they decided to move to Boca Ciega Bay, it was a bit of a surprise for everyone, given the fact that they chose such a calm environment as their home. However, Ted and Anna felt like this was the best place for them to spend their retirement. Ted and Anna became involved in many activities along with their community. Ted was specifically known for his love of music and his involvement in various businesses, including a motel in Tarpon Springs and a convenience store in Paso Grill. Both of them were beloved by everyone, and people remember them enjoying spending time at home, especially on the docks that led to the bay. Having a home in such close proximity to Boca Ciega Bay, swimming became a part of their daily routine. Not only did it get them to move their bodies as they got older, but it also reminded them of the first time they met back in their youth. Ted used to swim nearly every day in the intercoastal waters and never gave it a second thought. He even taught his grandchildren how to swim there, so he thought it was as safe as a public swimming pool. After all, these were shallow waters where predators didn't usually like to venture, and many of his neighbors had also enjoyed swimming there for many years. Yet on an ordinary day back in 2000, when Ted and Anna were supposed to enjoy their daily swim as usual, a horrible accident would leave Anna a widow and their sons without a father. On Wednesday, August 30th, 2000, Ted and his wife started their day as normal as ever. They read the paper in the morning, enjoyed breakfast together, and even did some work around the yard. In the afternoon, instead of a much-needed siesta, Ted proposed to his wife to go for a swim. A quick swim will be in and out of the water. His wife initially said no, but was very easily persuaded by Ted. He was just the type of guy who didn't take no for an answer. He also knew exactly how to convince Anna to do something. His plan sounded wonderful, almost too good to pass up on. They put on their swimsuits and headed to the docks. Despite the fact that they weren't teenagers anymore, Ted and Anna were still in very good shape. Swimming has helped them over the years with the pains of growing old. It also helped them continue to feel young. And even if Anna wasn't the adventurous type, Ted knew how to have fun. He would often race his kids and grandchildren in the water, jump straight off his dock, or buy different gadgets meant for water sports. Ted's jump led to a commotion in the water. The force of his jump made water splash all around him, nearly reaching his wife, still on the ladder. Relatively close to him, he noticed something under the water's surface. He simply thought it was a school of fish that he disturbed with his big jump. Unbeknownst to him, a large bull shark was prowling the shallows of Boca Ciega Bay in search of food. As Anna descended the last few steps of the ladder and finally submerged herself in the warm water, Ted put on his goggles and decided to investigate what was making such a commotion underwater. Before he could submerge himself and start his investigation, something approached him quickly, disturbing the calm water around him. Splashes and tiny ripples formed around him and dirtied his goggles, clouding his vision. When he finally took them off, he saw a dorsal fin slicing through the water and coming at him fast. Before he could alert Anna, his vision blacked out, and an immense pain shot through his torso as a pool of blood started to form around him. A 400-pound shark started to maul the 69-year-old man from his right armpit down to his right hip. The bite took the shape of a crescent moon, big enough that it could only mean one thing: a bull shark. Anna's eyes widened and a sharp scream came out as she watched the massive bull shark viciously attack her life partner. The entire scene unfolded so quickly and ferociously that Anna didn't know what to do at first but cry and scream. Suddenly, it was as if something pushed her out of the water and toward the house. She called 911 and simply yelled at the phone, "Hurry up! My husband is being attacked by a shark. He's killing him. The shark is killing him." Distraught, Anna ran back to the docks, her desperate eyes searching for her husband's. When her eyes finally met his, Anna knew it was too late. Ted kept on fighting the shark as best as he could, but the force of the 400-pound animal overpowered him. It was a scene straight out of Jaws. The terrified wife watched as her husband moved frantically in the blood-colored water, trying to get away from the predator. Around him, the shark's massive jaws kept reaching for his body until there was nothing left of his torso's ribcage, skin, meat, and liver. Just a few seconds later, the water returned to its calm state, pre-shark attack. The only massive difference now was that there was a lifeless body floating, and around it, the water lost its crystal clear look and turned crimson red. The paramedics and police ran across the backyard toward the dock, only to be met with a gruesome scene. Anna was inconsolable, screaming, crying, and saying over and over again, "Why didn't the shark take both of us?" The couple's next-door neighbor, Yoli Pate, alerted by Anna's screams, rushed to the scene. Pate's description highlighted the bloody aftermath of the attack, a stark contrast to the usually calm and inviting waters of Boca Ciega Bay. Ted and Anna's sons rushed to their parents' house as soon as they heard what happened. Richard Kubinski helped the emergency responders get the lifeless body of his father out of the water as Anna watched in disbelief. The incident left the entire community in utter shock. Those close to the couple, family, friends, and neighbors, showed their support for Ted's family. Richard even recalled to the media that people called him crying and sent flowers, food, and letters depicting how much they loved his father. Despite the rarity of such attacks, fear slowly made its way through the nearby residents of the area. One of them, Frank Reinhardt, even stated during an interview that he didn't think he was going to be swimming out there anytime soon. While shark attacks around Florida are not uncommon, fatalities are. It's especially eerie how a shark managed to travel all the way through the intercoastal waters. But we can say that one thing is for sure. Thadeus Kubinski's death left a void in everyone's hearts, one that will probably never be filled again. A loving husband, father, and grandfather was taken away too soon by one fierce predator. The California sun glimmered off the calm waves of Lompoc Surf Beach, a surfers' and beachgoers' haven tucked away on the grounds of Vandenberg Air Force Base. on what appeared to be a perfect October day in 2010. Yet this peace was short-lived as Lukas Ransom and Matthew Garcia experienced a horrific incident that would change their lives forever. Along with his friend Matthew Garcia, Lukas, a chemical engineering student at the University of California, Santa Barbara, had set out on a journey around the West Coast. They went to a beach they had never been to before, lured in by the prospect of perfect waves, not realizing the danger that waited beneath the tempting turquoise surface. Lukas had these bright, sparkling eyes and a smile that could light up a room. He just loved living life to the fullest. This love for life and aquatic activities manifested in Lukas's accomplishments. He became a skilled swimmer, a competitive water polo player, and a certified lifeguard. Saving lives wasn't just a profession for Lukas, it was a testament to his innate kindness and desire to help others. So much so that in 2007 he was honored by the city of Murrieta for saving a young boy's life at a community pool. Lukas was also a promising chemical engineering student at the University of California, Santa Barbara. It had been a lifelong dream of his to continue his studies, but oftentimes when he was asked about college, he kept a realistic attitude. He knew his parents' financial situation wasn't favorable, so he lowered his expectations of ever going to a renowned university. When they finally sat him down for a talk and assured him that they would do anything possible for him to continue his studies and accomplish his biggest dreams yet, he simply couldn't believe it. So 2 years later, when he was a junior studying chemical engineering, he took advantage of a rare free day in his schedule and asked his friend Matthew if he wanted to go bodyboarding with him. They decided upon the location, Lompoc Surf Beach, located northwest of Los Angeles on Vandenberg Air Force Base, a beach he had never visited before, let alone surf on its waves. Despite his mother's attempts that morning to persuade him to go to a more familiar beach, he simply wouldn't budge. He was that stubborn. With an easygoing, "I'll be fine, Mom, I'll call you when I get back," unbeknownst to him, Lukas embarked on what would become his final journey on Earth. The morning was incredibly beautiful, with calm waves and clear skies. The initial cold feeling against Lukas's skin dissolved in an instant as adrenaline started pumping through his veins. The beach was relatively empty, but he was still ready to put on a show. When Lukas reached knee-deep water, he finally put on his fins, the ones he never left home without. He loved them as they helped him kick the water with higher speed, propelling him onto the best waves possible. Matthew caught up with him, and they started to look out for whitewater waves. Matthew was right behind him. Initially, the wave wasn't looking too big, but as Lukas got closer and closer, he realized he had miscalculated. No worries, he thought. Nothing I have never done before. Beneath the turquoise waters, an almost 20-foot-long shark was lurking, ready to attack. Right before jumping onto the wave, Lukas felt something against his bodyboard, pushing it with immense force. As he held onto the board to steady himself, he felt something grab his leg. A pain like he had never felt before paralyzed his entire body. He felt like something was tracing shards of glass on his leg, ripping apart his wetsuit and leaving behind deep, deep wounds. In a second, Lukas was dragged underwater, and he finally saw his attacker, an almost 20-foot shark, most probably a great white. His attack was swift and smooth, almost ninja-like, but most importantly, fierce. Lukas's friend Matthew watched him from afar, terrified. "Help me! Help!" shouted Lukas. The next second, Matthew snapped out of his paralyzed state and swam toward his friend with lightning speed. Lukas's screams pierced the air as the shark clamped its jaws onto his left leg, dragging him under the red-colored water over and over again in an attempt to stop Lukas's efforts to escape its ferocious bite. The 19-year-old tried to hit the shark with his hands and arms, but the pain was so bad he could barely stay afloat. His tears, mixed with salt water, clouded his vision. He felt his lungs on fire as it got harder and harder to breathe. His bodyboard was floating next to him, with an almost 13-inch chunk missing, the site where the shark sank its teeth first. The calm waves of that morning turned hectic, and Lukas grew too tired to fight the ocean's depths. Matthew's scared voice was ringing in his ears. but nothing could beat the need he felt to rest his eyes just a bit. When he finally reached him, Matthew thought his friend was still alive. He went underwater, looking at the damage the shark had done. Lukas was missing a big chunk of his left leg. The shark was missing too. Matthew grabbed Lukas, flipped him over on his back, and hooked him under the arms. He tried to rest Lukas on his red bodyboard in order to apply chest compressions, but he realized he couldn't help him if they were still in the water. There was also the danger of being attacked again. Matthew dragged Lukas onto the shore, but his efforts to save him were all in vain. As he waited for paramedics to arrive, he simply looked at the lifeless body of his friend and at the bitten bodyboard next to him. The weird feeling that this day was too perfect to be real and that he couldn't shake that morning came true. When emergency services arrived at the beach, there was nothing left to be done. Lukas suffered extensive injuries, lost a massive amount of blood, and didn't respond to CPR. He was dead. The aftermath was pure chaos. Searchers tried to look for his lost leg under the water, but to no avail. The authorities even searched for the shark, closing down 3 beaches again with no success. Lukas's family was shattered. His mother's intuition wasn't wrong, but it was too late for regrets. Lukas probably didn't regret catching one last wave that Friday, so there was nothing left but to celebrate his life and his accomplishments. In the wake of his death, his family, along with the University of California, Santa Barbara, granted 2 students scholarships in his memory. His parents knew how much studying to become a chemical engineer meant for Lukas, so they wanted his dream to live on. Several shark accidents stained the California coast, some more than others, but Lukas Ransom, being so young and cheerful and looking forward to the rest of his adventurous life, will probably remain the most devastating one yet. Shark attacks are one of the most well-known and terrifying threats that people who visit beaches face. But how likely is it that you'll actually get bitten? The International Wildlife Museum states that despite widespread fear of these deadly creatures, the odds of being attacked and killed by a shark are 1 in 3.75 million. The odds are less than those of dying from a stroke, a firework mishap, or a lightning strike. Sharks that can be fatal, such as the great white, bull, and tiger sharks, are known to inhabit the oceans off the coast of Australia. Most shark attacks occur near the shore, typically on sandbars or between sandbars where sharks can become trapped during low tide. Aaron Romento was born in Hawaii and had a remarkable passion for water sports. He couldn't simply get enough once he was in the water. On a November day back in 1992, Aaron wanted to catch one more wave before returning home. The 18-year-old was looking to relax a bit, as he was working more shifts to help his mother, Viola. That same week, she had lost her job and was so stressed about her family's income that Aaron offered to get more shifts at his job to help her out. The 18-year-old was working as a car lot attendant at Thrifty Car Rentals, and for his day off, he decided to do what he loved most: enjoying the wonderful waves of Oahu along with his friends. At around 9 a.m., Aaron and a few of his friends made their way to Kiau Beach, not known to be a touristy beach, but more intended as a camping site. The beach is perfect if you want to camp in front of the ocean and enjoy the view. But on that day, Aaron thought it was a perfect location for some bodyboarding. Bodyboarding is a water sport that originated in the Hawaiian Islands, in which the surfer rides a bodyboard on the crest, face, and curl of a wave while carrying the surfer toward the shore. It's similar, but not quite, to surfing. However, both sports are among the world's favorites, with many fans and people eager to take up one or the other. The main difference between surfing and bodyboarding lies in the way you ride the wave. Some people enjoy catching bigger waves standing up, while others lie down on the bodyboard. Aaron loved both, but considering he was venturing to a new beach, he decided to take his bodyboard as it was safer. Thus, shortly after 9 a.m., the 18-year-old boy arrived at the beach and wasted no time jumping into the warm morning water. Despite the rocky shoreline, Aaron managed to get in and out of the water as he wished. However, something in the back of his mind was urging him to go home. He didn't listen to that voice and insisted on proving he was a pro at bodyboarding. Wishing to catch one more wave, Aaron managed to swim with his bodyboard almost 90 feet off the shore of Kiao Beach. As he waited for his next wave, he felt tense and anxious, as if his body was expecting something serious to happen. In the blink of an eye, a shark's fin began circling Aaron's body. He didn't think for a second that something like this could happen to him. The 18-year-old froze, clutching his bodyboard, his heart pounding aggressively. He reacted, although too late, and started to swim ashore, when all of a sudden the shark opened his massive jaws and bit his right leg. Aaron felt a crushing pressure like nothing before, mixed with a piercing pain in his leg that paralyzed his entire body. The pain felt through Romento's body, fueled his screams for help. His friends, waiting for him to catch his last wave on the shore, didn't hear him at first, as the sound of the waves hitting the rocks was covering Aaron's desperate cries for help. The shark pushed its body against the 18-year-old, hoping to hinder his swimming. Without any result, the animal opened its jaws and swam forward, sinking its sharp teeth deeper into Aaron's right leg again and again, creating severe puncture wounds from which blood managed to seep through. The water turned a rosy color at first, and then crimson. The outcome wasn't too favorable. Despite all this, Aaron continued to fight the shark, hitting it in the head, body, or anywhere he could, desperately trying to resist going underwater. The bubbling water and his continuous screams finally gained the attention of his friends, who couldn't believe what was happening. They never saw it coming. Not knowing what to do, one of them ran to get help, while the others decided it was time to jump in the water to save their friend. Aaron knew he had to do something in order to survive. He used his bodyboard to hit the shark as hard as he could while trying to stay afloat. The problem was that he was losing a lot of blood quickly, so he had a tough job to do. With every ounce of energy he had in his body, he managed to chase the shark away and swim toward his friends. As fast as they could, they wrapped their arms around him and managed to drag him to shore. Climbing the rocky coastline was another obstacle to conquer. With his severely injured leg, Aaron couldn't do much. Help was on the way, but surviving long enough until it arrived was tougher than beating the shark away. With his leg bitten 3 places and without anything to help stop the blood from pouring, Aaron's friends were scrambling to find a way to save the 18-year-old boy. Ripping off the hems of their swimming trunks, they managed to tie up Aaron's wounds, hoping to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, Aaron's time was running out, as a pool of blood mixed with sand surrounded him. During the attack, the shark severed his femoral artery. It was about 9 a.m. when Aaron arrived at the beach that morning. Only 45 minutes later, he was pronounced dead. The paramedics that responded to Aaron's friend's call performed CPR and tried to stop the bleeding, but his injuries were so deep that nothing could have been done on site. As fate would have it, his cousin, Ron Mizutani, was working that morning at KHON2, Hawaii's source for local news, sports, and weather, covering a sports story at Ko'olina. Suddenly, Ron and his photographer received a call from their boss instructing them to go cover a shark attack just down the road. With things already set in motion, Ron and his colleague quickly approached Nanakuli when they received another call. They were abruptly called off the story, and Ron was told to return to the station. Confused, he followed the order without questioning it, but as he arrived at the station, his boss delivered the grim news. His own younger cousin had perished from that same shark attack. Aaron's death left a hole in his mother's heart that could never be repaired. More than 30 years later, Aaron's mother, Viola Romela, still has no anger toward the shark. One reporter, back in 1992, even asked her, if sharks are considered aumakua, a family god, to Hawaiians, why would a shark bite her son? She believes her son was swimming in shark habitat, which prompted the tiger shark that bit him to attack. Aaron's death, along with the previous shark attack that resulted in the death of a 42-year-old woman, Martha Morrell, triggered a media frenzy back then. Hawaiian newspapers featured front-page stories about shark sightings and pictures of shark hunters hoisting their catches as payback for the human casualties. However, not much can be done after a life is taken away too early by a deadly predator. Just over 250 miles south of Sydney lies Tathra Wharf. It's a wooden structure that was built in the 1860s. It's set in the seaside village of Tathra. The beautiful sandy beach and pristine waters are a lure for those who are lucky enough to live there. But there are dangers in the Australian waters. Sharks are ever present. Although they swim along the coastlines, they rarely cause harm. But if they are deliberately enticed to the area, then they pose a significant threat to people in the water. Bega Valley Shire Council had banned shark fishing at Tathra in the late 1990s. However, there were some fishermen who were still trying to catch them. It was the ultimate in fishing, and even though swimmers enjoyed the sea around the wharf, the fishermen still illegally baited their lines in hopes of landing a shark. In March 2012, local surfboat captain Sharon Clark warned swimmers about the dangers of taking regular dips in the sea. She had found a black balloon that was floating on the surface. Beneath it was a baited hook, an attempt to lure the sharks closer to shore for the fishermen. Knowing that the marine predators were deliberately being drawn to the seaside village was a disaster waiting to happen. But some ignored the warnings. They had chosen to live in such a beautiful spot so they could swim in the cool waters just yards from their homes. The careless behavior of a few fishermen wasn't going to deter them from enjoying themselves. Christine and Rob Armstrong, who were originally from Western Australia, were keen ocean swimmers. Christine had worked in Aboriginal affairs, and Rob was a teacher. The couple had been married for 44 years and had swum regularly in Western Australia. Now living in New South Wales, they started the morning ritual of a steady swim from the beach to the wharf and back again. They roped in others to join them, and soon it was a regular routine for them. Each morning for more than 15 years, they made the swim. At first, people thought they were mad because they even swam through winter, but over the years, the swimming group grew in number. On Tuesday, April 3, 2014, at around 8 a.m., Christine and Rob walked down to the beach. It had been 2 years since the concerns over sharks being lured to the area were made public, yet there had never been an incident. That particular stretch of coastline was considered a safe place to swim. Sharks were very rarely seen in the waters, unlike some of the shark hotspots further along the coast, like Byron Bay. Christine and Rob joined the other swimmers, and the 6 of them waded into the water. The sky was overcast and gray, but the sea was perfectly still. It was perfect for the morning swim. As they made their way toward the wharf, they were joined by a 7th uninvited guest. It was a huge shark, measuring 4 meters, 13 feet long. It swam behind the swimmers, waiting for its opportune moment to strike. At that moment, nobody saw it approaching them. With their heads just above the water, they couldn't see the ominous shadow trailing them. When the group hit the 800-meter mark, Christine turned around and headed back to the beach because she was sore from a recent trip to New Zealand. The others continued on. Christine didn't know it at the time, but she was swimming straight for the marine predator. In an instant, it came up and grabbed her. She was dragged below the surface, held in its huge, powerful jaws. It would have felt like being hit by a bus, and within seconds, Christine was gone. She hadn't let out a yell or struggled on the surface, waving her arms for help. Instead, the enormous shark had consumed her whole. Some people on the rocks looked out over the water. They saw a large shark arch out of the sea a few times. It looked like it was mauling something, but there was no sign of any person being in distress, and they couldn't see what the shark was apparently attacking. By now, the rest of the swimming group had made it to the end of the wharf and turned to swim back to the beach. As they did so, Rob spotted an ominous sight. A bird swooped down low right in front of him. Then he saw more birds. They were ducking and diving at something just yards from where the friends were swimming. He stopped in his tracks. Birds swooping down are a sign of a large fish or shark in the water. That's when Rob spotted the dorsal fin slicing through the water toward them. At first, he thought it may be a dolphin, but then he realized it definitely wasn't a dolphin. He immediately called his friend Patrick over and was terrified for his friend Mary as she was swimming straight for the shark. When she heard Rob shouting her name, she stopped and looked back at him. When she realized she was just feet away from the shark, She rushed back to Rob and Patrick, and the three of them did the only thing they knew they could do. They bunched together and continued swimming as a close group. As they nervously swam back to shore, they were scouring the water for their other friend, Colleen, but he then spotted her wading out of the water and striding up onto the beach. Nobody could see Christine, but they assumed she was already getting changed. When the five friends made it out of the water with their hearts in their mouths, they all hugged each other. It had been a very close encounter, and the five of them let out big sighs of relief before going to get changed. It was then that alarm bells began ringing. There was no sign of Christine. The group rushed outside and scanned the water, and very quickly a feeling of doom washed over them. Christine was nowhere to be seen. She had vanished. Could the enormous shark have taken her? Rob's mind was racing, and he quickly called the emergency services. Water police, rescue helicopters, and surf lifesavers all joined in the hunt for Christine. But there simply wasn't any sign of her. When the witnesses of the disturbance in the water were interviewed, and some came forward stating they had seen a shark arcing out of the sea, the signs began to point toward a shark attack. Rob and the rest of the group were now certain that the enormous shark that had swum toward them was responsible for taking Christine. It had happened so quickly that nobody noticed. When they heard the devastating news, the group was treated for shock. It could have been any one of them, and it couldn't have happened to a nicer person. It wasn't until the following morning that Christine's goggles and swim cap washed ashore, and police reported that a small amount of human remains was found. It was now concluded that the 63-year-old had been taken by a shark, and that news sent shockwaves through the small community. They had all known Christine for almost 15 years, and she was a much-loved and valued member of the village and its surf lifesaving club. She and Rob were chief training officers and had taught more than 70 patrollers. For Rob, losing his wife, who he had been married to since the age of 19, was extremely tough. The only thing that kept him going was a pact that he and Christine had made years before, in which they promised each other that if one of them was to go before the other, that they would keep living life to the fullest. Rob intended on honoring that promise. Rob took some comfort in knowing that Christine was incredibly happy in the moments before she was attacked. She had been doing something she loved, and the two of them had just returned from an incredible holiday in New Zealand. The attack was the first known shark attack at Tathra, but it was the second fatality in New South Wales waters in just 5 months. The beach was closed immediately following the disappearance of Christine, but just 2 days after the tragedy, Rob was back in the water again. He was struggling to come to terms with what had happened, but he knew he couldn't let it stop him. In honor of his beloved wife, Rob and the surf club did the swim again, all the while thinking about Christine. For Rob, it was incredibly hard, as it was the first time he had been swimming without her. The two of them were inseparable. They had both lost a daughter together, a tragedy that had brought them closer together, and since then, they had done everything together. Now Rob would have to navigate his new life without Christine by his side. Born in the Netherlands on February 24, 1983, Freek has always displayed an immense love for nature and animals. His curiosity went so far that he decided to specialize in herpetology, focusing on snake venom. With a style inspired by the iconic Steve Irwin, Freek charmed his way through many TV shows and documentaries on Dutch television, Discovery Channel, and even National Geographic, where he traveled the world in pursuit of some of the most incredible and fascinating creatures on Earth. During this time, he still managed to juggle his academic responsibilities. He got his PhD, received the prestigious Eureka Prize in Science Communication, continued to publish articles in many scientific journals, including Nature, Cell, and PNAS, and was even appointed endowed professor of evolutionary biochemistry at the Amsterdam Institute of Molecular and Life Sciences. What else is left to say? He basically became a legend in his field as well as on TV by the age of 34, when one terrifying event would derail the filming of one of his most anticipated documentaries. But his success and achievements weren't enough. There was this part of the world that attracted him like a magnet, and he knew he had to get his crew together for the ultimate documentary. starring the ocean's most enigmatic creatures, sharks. Having always believed that sharks are friendly animals, especially to humans, Freek armed himself with his never-ending confidence and started his journey to the Bahamas, one of the many homes of the Caribbean reef shark. Accompanied by his dedicated crew, with the cameras rolling and his anticipation high, the famous biologist arrived in early 2017 at the remote island of Bimini, a haven for marine life and a hotspot for shark activity. The morning of February 1st, 2017 started like any other morning, preparing for a full day of filming underwater. However, this day was particularly special. It was finally Freek's most awaited opportunity to discover the most misunderstood predators and shed light on how friendly the animals actually are. Boy, how wrong he was. Despite his apparent enthusiasm to begin filming, one thing kept bothering Vonk that day. He was more particular than usual, emphasizing how important it was for his crew to be alert. He didn't want any accidents to happen, so the then 34-year-old asked the fellow biologist from the Bimini Shark Lab to be prepared if anything were to go wrong. As the whole crew gathered at the meeting point and went over the script and filming plan, they prepared the cameras in special gear and slipped into their wetsuits. What they didn't know was that not everything would go according to plan. A few minutes later, it was showtime. The ocean welcomed Freek and his crew with open arms as the cameras caught every second of their descent. The setting for Freek's intro was perfect. Under him, gigantic shadowy figures lurked, ready to enter the stage. As soon as the Dutch biologist started his speech, the fish that swam in the background dispersed at a speed faster than lightning. In the corner of his eye, one of the cameramen saw something moving past them, then under them, then above them, too fast to be able to tell what animal it was. Hoping for it to be a Caribbean reef shark, the one they were so adamantly looking for, they pointed their cameras, trying to follow the shadowy figure. A Caribbean reef shark, sleek and agile, glided effortlessly through the water, cutting through the currents with unbelievable precision. A second later, it was right beside Freek, just as he was praising the animal for being one of the friendliest creatures one can encounter. In the blink of an eye, the shark made a swift turn and hit the biologist right in the chest before it retreated. Confused at what was happening, Freek instructed his crew to follow the animal and take as many shots as possible, thinking this footage would be insane. After all, courage was his middle name. He wasn't a stranger to handling dangerous animals, and nothing could stand in his way, especially around sharks. Continuing his introduction, the cameras picked up even more fascinating footage of the sharks that surrounded them. But something at the back of his mind still made Freek question the meaning of the previous hit. Why did the shark behave that way? These animals are usually very shy and don't approach people so daringly. Then it occurred to him. The Bahamas are known to be the birthplace of a controversial practice for the sake of entertainment: shark feeds. During these shows, divers would either go into the water with buckets of fish and feed the hungry reef sharks, or dump the food from boats along the coast. When Freek and his crew jumped into the water, the sharks, used to receiving regular feedings from divers, mistook them for food. Unfortunately, a sudden shift in the atmosphere filled the chilly water. The shark came back, more furious than ever at the sight of its prey escaping its powerful jaws. In a sudden move, the shark caught Freek's shoulder, pushed its sharp teeth around his arm, and ripped apart the biologist's diving suit. The power of the shark's jaws left Freek helpless, but his crew was determined to save him. By some divine intervention, the shark swam away, back into the darkness of the ocean. Blood started to slowly seep from the fresh wound, which attracted even more sharks below them. The clock was ticking. They needed to get back on the boat. In a blur of motion, his crew sprang into action, pulling him from the water and onto the safety of the boat. There, the damage was shocking. The shark's teeth ripped Freek's shoulder apart. Freek arrived safely back at the Bimini Shark Lab, where Director Dr. Samuel Gruber administered first aid and got Vonk ready to be transferred to a proper medical facility. Because Bimini is a rather small island, medical care is insufficient, especially for an injury as serious as Freek's.
Knowing all of this, the documentary crew and doctors at the Shark Lab asked for emergency assistance from the U.S. Coast Guard. A helicopter transported Freek safely to Miami's Jackson Memorial Hospital. The Ryder Trauma Center there swiftly took over the case, with Dr. Howard Lieberman in charge. After a 3-hour major surgery that involved extensive and aggressive washing of the wound and debridement of dead skin and muscle, while Vonk was completely under anesthesia, and after over 100 stitches on his shoulder and arm, the Dutch iconic academic and TV personality embarked on a long journey to recovery. Right after the surgery, the doctors assured Freek that the shark miraculously missed any vital arteries and that his muscles and tendons were mostly fine. However, long weeks of rehabilitation awaited him before he could get back to the water to continue his documentary. Despite his unfortunate encounter with the Caribbean reef shark in the Bahamas, Freek insisted on a Facebook post he wrote right from his hospital bed only a day after the incident that it was all just a huge coincidence. In the over 27 years Shark Lab had been investigating the sharks of Bimini, nothing like this has ever happened. This bite, as he called it, was not an attack, but just some bad luck he experienced one day while filming. But we can't help but wonder, what if history repeats itself? Will Freek or other wildlife enthusiasts escape death with just a few scratches? The answers are still hidden, but one thing is for sure, you never want to mess with these fierce predators.
On February 8, 2015, Jabez Reitman was surfing at 7 Mile Beach in Australia's New South Wales. He was sitting on his board when suddenly something leapt out of the water right next to him. It was a shark. It grabbed his hip and pulled him off his board. Jabez was dragged underwater where the shark readjusted its grip on him and tugged him down once more. He fought back and made a break for the surface. Once he felt the fresh air on his face, he grabbed his board and paddled furiously back to the shore. He didn't dare look back and covered the 60 meters in seconds. Blood trickled down his back from his shoulder, and his friend came to his aid. Luckily, the shark hadn't severed any major blood vessels. Jabez was able to walk to his car and drive himself to the hospital where he was patched up. He was lucky to be alive. But the very next day, just 12 miles south at Shelly Beach, another surfer wasn't as lucky. 41-year-old Tadashi Nakahara was born and raised in Japan, but had spent years living in Australia. The stunning beaches, incredible surf, and outdoor lifestyle drew him to the country, and he worked in a number of jobs as a chef and a cleaner before settling as a surfboard distributor and shaper at the Webster's Ballina Surf Store. Previously, he had spent 10 years on the Gold Coast in a similar job, but moved to New South Wales when that company went bust. He was saving his money to visit his young son, who was living back in Japan with his mother, Tadashi's ex-wife. His son is who he lived for. When he wasn't busy working, he squeezed in as much surfing as he could. It was his passion, and he was considered one of the surfing community, and was well known both on the Gold Coast and now New South Wales. He had an infectious smile. It was a Monday morning on February 9, 2015, and Tadashi joined others out in the surf at Shelly Beach near Ballina. He was amongst a group of 4 others, all good friends and regulars at the spot. As they sat there on their boards, bobbing about on the surface of the sea, a dark shadow approached them from further along the coastline. Nobody saw this ominous figure beneath the waves. It was enormous and on the hunt for prey. As soon as it decided to come in to investigate, Tadashi's fate was sealed. He had no idea that he was living his last moments. It swam up toward the surface, the power in its muscular body propelling it through the water at speed. Millions of years of hunting instinct packed into the 5-meter-long great white shark. It swam past the other surfers. It had locked its eyes on one in particular and homed in on him. Suddenly, it rocketed out of the water right underneath Tadashi and his board. He was in the middle of all the other surfers, and they watched in abject terror as their friend was sent flying into the air. Those on the beach gasped as the commotion unfolded. The head of the great white was like a bulldozer, crashing into the surfer with so much force that at first he didn't realize what had hit him.
When he crashed back down into the water, the great white had grabbed him. Both his legs were wrapped up in the ferocious jaws, along with the back of his surfboard, as it clamped down like a vice. The pressure was immense. It felt like his legs would give way at any moment. The water bubbled and boiled, and his friends rushed to his side, risking their own lives and limbs to rescue Tadashi. He cried out for help as the shark shook him mercilessly from side to side. Then he felt it, the terrifying moment that his legs gave way. The sea all around him turned a dark shade of red. The shark had severed muscle and bone and ducked below the surface, leaving Tadashi gasping above. His friends pulled him onto their boards and raced back to the beach. Tadashi was losing consciousness fast, but his friends were determined to save his life. They wouldn't give up. Kicking furiously through the water, they made dry land in a matter of seconds. The group of friends had only been 50 meters from the shoreline when the shark struck. They pulled Tadashi onto the sand and tried desperately to stem the bleeding. Tadashi had lost both his legs. Moments later, he stopped breathing and his heart stopped beating. But his friends continued to try and save his life. They performed CPR until the emergency services showed up. He was pronounced dead at the scene. It was such a shock for those who were by his side. His friends who were in the water with him knew that it could have been any one of them. Surfing in numbers is considered safer than surfing alone, and yet this great white had targeted Tadashi, who was sat in the middle of the others. The beach was immediately closed while Tadashi's friends carried his surfboard away, a look of shock across their pale faces. They couldn't believe what had just happened and how quickly Tadashi had lost his life. Although witnesses would replay the attack over and over in their minds, with his friends wondering if they could have done more to save him, the attack only lasted 5 to 10 seconds. Lifeguards closed all beaches in the Billionaire Shire. Police found out shortly after that the whole horrific ordeal had been caught on camera and aired over the internet. Australian surf report website Coastal Watch had a camera positioned at the beach which automatically recorded the surf. Officials claimed that they would have been unlikely to tell what was going on though, except for seeing a disturbance in the water. The footage was immediately taken down, but it helped piece together what species of shark had attacked Tadashi. It was most likely that it was a 4-meter, 13-foot great white. 5 days after the attack, on February 14th, more than 400 people turned up at Shelley Beach to pay their respects to Tadashi. His family was still on their way from Japan, but his local family, consisting of those in the surfing community, were joined by paramedics and politicians on the sand. While children lay flower petals on the ground, someone strummed the guitar and sang Louis Armstrong's "It's a Wonderful World" as incense burned in the gentle breeze. It was clear that Tadashi was a popular man and was loved by those who knew him. The beach where he died remained closed for a 6th day in a row following repeated shark sightings. The predators were still lurking in the coastal waters. Tadashi had been the 4th person killed by a shark in Australia in the previous 5 months alone. In the warmer months, shark activity increases as their metabolisms increase. Surfers often report seeing more sharks during the summer. However, great whites specifically tend to move to that area during the winter months following the whale migration. New South Wales has shark nets stretching across 51 of its beaches, but these have done little to repel shark attacks and stop fatalities. They are notorious for killing untargeted wildlife, such as turtles, dugongs, and dolphins. After the loss of Tadashi, the debate about shark attacks and water safety was struck up again. It was clear that something needed to be done. Surfers weren't ever going to give up their passion, and the oceans belong to the marine life that lived there. Therein lies the conundrum. Rob Pedretti was 60 years old and a devoted surfer. He was part of the surfing community, regularly joining his friends out on the waters of Australia's Gold Coast. It wasn't just the lure of the waves that drew him to the water, it was also the marine wildlife and his respect for nature. Surfing in Australian waters always meant that sharks are never far away, but rarely do they cause harm. But for the unlucky few, these marine predators strike, causing devastating consequences. It's something that surfers try not to think about as they bob up and down on their boards, waiting for their next wave.
Originally from Geelong in Victoria, Rob had lived in Two-Gun, Queensland for 20 years. He was semi-retired, having worked successfully as a tiler, and now he hit the surf nearly every day with his friends. He was living his best life. In June 2020, he entered the water with his mates Frank Schlee and Mark Hayes at the coastal town of Kingscliff, just south of Tweed Heads in New South Wales. They paddled out to just beyond the surf, ducking under the crashing waves until they came to the calm water where they sat on their boards waiting for the perfect wave. It was how they enjoyed spending their time. They laughed and joked while out on the water, but as they bobbed about on their surfboards, a great white shark swam undetected below them. She was a 3.5-meter, 11-foot opportunistic predator. The water was clear and the surf relatively gentle. The surfers on the surface of the sea were silhouetted against the bright sun above them. It was about 10 a.m. when, without warning, the great white shark propelled itself upward toward the group of surfers. It locked its eyes on one silhouette in particular. It was Rob. Unaware of the imminent danger he was in, Rob continued to sit on a surfboard, looking over his shoulder at the rising waves. All of a sudden, he was knocked on his side. He glanced down and stared right into the jaws of an enormous shark. Before he could react, it bit down on the back of his left thigh. Rob let out a yell and clung onto his board. He gripped it, refusing to be taken beneath the waves. But the shark was too powerful. With one tug, Rob was yanked off his board and into the water. He grappled with the shark. He gasped for air every time he broke the surface. He continued relentlessly to hit the animal, trying to free his leg from its jaws. His friends Frank and Mark saw the commotion. Terror filled them. They could see the huge head of the animal. They could see its body arching up and out of the sea as it drove Rob down each time. Its tail thrashed wildly, and the terrifying dorsal fin protruded through the surface. Below it was the large dark shadow of its body, an impressive and alarming giant below the waves. Instead of making a swim for it and saving themselves, Frank and Mark rushed to help their friend. There was no way they were leaving him there while he struggled just feet from where they paddled. The shark was still holding on to Rob's leg. His fight was fading. Blood poured from his leg. When Frank and Mark joined the fight, the shark let go. Rob was finally free from its grip, and Frank pulled him onto his board. But the shark hadn't finished yet. Undeterred by the other surfers stepping in, it continued to follow them as they paddled toward the shore. It was a truly horrific situation to be in. Frank and Mark had put their lives on the line to save their friend. Not only had they attacked the shark, its rough sandpapery skin scraping them as they rained their fists down on it, but the blood that poured from Rob's open wound was a dangerous thing to be surrounded by. A cloud of dark dread followed them, trailing behind them as they inched their way closer to shore. Then they spotted the shark's dorsal fin again. This time it was in front of them. They could see the shadow of its body just below the surface. Its eyes were fixed on the trio. Any moment now, they thought that it might strike again. Any moment it could take one of them, but the two friends paddled onwards, pushing their gravely injured friend closer to dry land. The shark's dorsal fin was now beside them. They now realized that the shark was circling them. She was investigating them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike again, or perhaps waiting for Rob to succumb. But his friends wouldn't leave him now. Mercifully, they made it to the shallows. They leapt off their boards and carried Rob onto the sand, but he was limp and unresponsive. His leg was torn open at the upper thigh. His artery had been severed and he was losing consciousness. Emergency services had been called and arrived at the beach. Paramedic Terry Savage from NSW Ambulance was the first on the scene. He described Rob's injuries as significant and the whole scene as very confronting. It was something that nobody can prepare for. They tried their best to save Rob, but although his friends had retrieved him from the water alive, he died on the sand before making it to the ambulance just 40 minutes after the attack. It was a devastating and tragic incident that shook the surfing community. Rob was such a well-liked man, and nobody ever had a bad word to say about him. He was described by his family as humble, fun-loving, down-to-earth, and an all-around legend. There was an order by police to kill the shark.
Typically, sharks are protected, but the way this one was behaving was cause for concern. Not only had it relentlessly attacked Rob, but it hadn't backed away when the other two arrived to help. It had pursued all three of them, continuing to circle them until they made it to the shallows. An order to kill a shark is given if it's seen as a threat to further life. It seemed that this one fit the bill. Helicopters, jet skis, and drones were scrambled to search for the shark. It was found still lurking in the area more than 3 hours after the attack. She had smelled blood, and she wanted more. As she was tailed by the motorboats, she then swam into deeper water and away from the area. Further along the coast, jet skis patrolled the water, warning swimmers and surfers to get out. Signs were erected, and beaches from Kingscliff, 6 miles south to Cabarita, were closed for 24 hours. This was extended when the shark was spotted the following day. Sadly, Rob was the third person to be killed by a shark in Australia that year. There was no way that Rob would want the shark to be culled. He and his friends didn't just love surfing, they also loved the marine life out there. He was against installing shark nets due to the danger they posed to marine life. He, like his friends, knew the risks of entering the shark's domain. Living in Australia, they heard about the tragedies of shark attacks that befell surfers and swimmers every year, but they loved the sport and the enjoyment it gave them. Although Rob was gone, his family and friends had to live with the shocking way in which he died. His friend Frank, who had selflessly and bravely come to his aid, was so traumatized by the incident that he received counseling to deal with it. A tear-jerking vigil and memorial service was held for Rob on the beach and his favorite surf spot. His friends and the wider surfing community also performed a paddle out to remember the surfer. Shark attacks off the coast of Maine are incredibly rare. So rare, in fact, that prior to 2020, only one had been recorded in history. But that's not to say sharks aren't out there in those waters. Just 200 miles south of Maine lies Massachusetts' Cape Cod, and the area is known to be frequented by great white sharks. Maine, however, is at the very tip of the Great Whites Range, but now the sea temperatures are rising, and they're increasing their range northwards. Colonies of seals and schools of fish frequent the Maine coastline, drawing great whites in. But the beaches have been enjoyed incident-free, up until now. 63-year-old Julie D'Imperio Holowak was a seasonal resident in Maine. She and her husband Alec owned a property in Harpswell Casco Bay in the Gulf of Maine. They divided their time between living in Naples, Florida during the winter months and the beautiful Maine coastline during the summer. Julie had grown up in the Bronx and graduated from Cardinal Spellman High School and the Fashion Institute of Technology. 4 years earlier, she had retired from her role as president at Kipling North America, a fashion accessory business. When she retired, she left some big shoes to fill. She was delighted to be able to retire early because it meant that she could spend more time with her family, the thing she valued most in the world. As well as family time, Julie enjoyed all things botanical and spent much of her retirement tending to her own garden in Maine and volunteering at the Coastal Maine Botanical Gardens in Boothbay and the Naples Botanical Gardens in Florida. When she wasn't working in the gardens, she enjoyed keeping fit. She was exceptional at running, completing marathons, half marathons, and triathlons, as well as playing golf. Of course, living in such idyllic seaside towns, Julie also loved to swim in the sea. One fateful afternoon, on July 27, 2020, Julie and her daughter headed down to Harpswell's Bailey Island. They had planned for an afternoon swim, but danger was lurking. Unbeknownst to them, a dead seal had washed up on shore at nearby Phippsburg. It was sporting an enormous bite wound measuring 19 inches across. There was little doubt that it had been attacked by a shark, but worse was still to come. Many people swim in the seas off Maine. They are renowned for being safe, but all that was about to change. Julie and her daughter were swimming just 20 yards from shore. Witnesses reported seeing them laughing and splashing about right next to each other. They were clearly having a good time and deep in conversation at one point. They floated just feet from a rock ledge that jutted out into the sea, but below them, a great white shark was closing in. It's often assumed that sharks mistake their human victims for their natural prey. Great whites rely on their power, speed, and the element of surprise to catch seals and sea lions. Typically, they will torpedo upwards through the water column toward a seal floating at the surface. Then they will charge into it, sending it flying through the air. If the knock alone doesn't kill it, then the bite surely will. And that's exactly what happened to Julie. It made a beeline for Julie, powering upwards, driving itself forward with its muscular tail. Moments later, Julie let out a scream as she was smacked with an enormous force and then pulled under the water. The shark clamped its jaws around her leg and then drove her upwards and out of the water. The shark's body breached and arched above the surface before driving Julie back down again. She crashed into the water and was dragged below the surface once more, but she fought back. Coughing and sputtering, she thrashed around trying to hit the shark on its snout and desperately trying to pull her leg free from its vice-like grip. A local man who witnessed the terrifying incident from his house immediately called the emergency services, and along with ambulances, the Coast Guard was deployed to the location. But somebody else got there first. Julie's terrified screams were heard by two kayakers. At first, when Julie was thrown about in the water, Charlie thought she had been hit by a boat propeller. He and his mother immediately turned the kayak around and headed straight for them, unknowingly heading straight for an enormous great white shark. Suddenly, more screams were heard, this time from the beach. It was Charlie's wife. She had witnessed the whole thing, watching in horror as the shark erupted through the surface of the North Atlantic with Julie in its jaws. Now she screamed at her husband Charlie to get out of the water, but he could see the distress the two women were in and knew he could help. When he and his mother arrived at the scene, Julie lay limp in the water. The shark had taken one bite and then let go. It had now disappeared into the depths, leaving its victim surrounded by a cloud of her own blood. Charlie's mother then held on to Julie while Charlie paddled with all his might, desperate to get back to shore as quickly as possible. It was a race against time. Julie's daughter was uninjured in the attack and swam back by herself, collapsing onto her hands and knees on the sand, screaming for help. Julie was unresponsive when they hauled her onto the beach. The single bite had been so massive that she had lost too much blood. Paramedics arrived shortly afterwards, but tragically, she was pronounced dead at the scene. Despite the rapid response from the kayakers, Julie's injuries were unsurvivable. Everything had happened so quickly. One second, Julie was laughing with her daughter, their giggles overheard by witnesses nearby, and the next, she was gone. The two kayakers were commended for their bravery, diving right into the sea when the shark was likely still in the area to help a complete stranger. But despite their heroic actions, there was nothing that could be done for Julie. The attack sent shockwaves through the community. Julie and Alec were well known and well liked locally. The rarity of the event made people suddenly question the safety of their waters. It would take some time before people felt safe to enter the sea again. Although a search for the shark proved unsuccessful, a tooth fragment was pulled from Julie's wound and was identified as belonging to a great white shark, the most feared of their kind. The Marine Patrol urged swimmers and kayakers to swim with caution, but when an apex predator singles you out from the depths, there is very little you can do about it, least of all notice it until it's too late. At two nearby coastal state parks, Popham and Reed, officials forbade swimmers to go out more than waist deep in the water. People were told to avoid schools of fish, which would attract seals and in turn attract sharks. They were warned not to wear anything shiny in the water and to avoid swimming at dawn or dusk. Fears swept through the coastal communities as the tragic news spread. A year after the loss of Julie, her friends who she used to kayak with every Friday in August paddled out from the shore. They all made their way beyond the surf in remembrance of a woman who really loved life to the fullest. She always had a smile on her face and an upbeat attitude about her. Since the tragic incident, a flag system has been installed along the beaches. Purple flags are flown if there has been a shark sighted, and people can report suspected shark sightings on the app and website. People are more aware about the dangers of sharks that far north. And one thing is for sure, Julie won't be forgotten. 65-year-old Thomas Smiley should have been living his best life.
He had retired only the year before from a career as an optometrist. He had owned 2 optometry practices in Roseville and Sacramento. He and his wife Gail had bought a holiday home on the Ka'anapali shores on the idyllic Hawaiian island of Maui, a place they frequently visited for their vacations. It was their favorite spot, and they secured a place for the entire family to spend their holidays should they wish. Thomas was a family man. He and his wife Gail were high school sweethearts and had been married for 42 years. They had 3 children and 6 grandchildren who Thomas was looking forward to spending more time with now that he had finished his busy professional career. In May 2019, from their home in Granite Bay, California, Thomas and Gail were visiting Hawaii once again. They had been vacationing there for more than 14 years. It was a lovely morning, and Thomas took a fateful dip in the ocean at Ka'anapali Beach Park in western Maui. It was 9 in the morning, and Thomas decided on a refreshing dip just before breakfast. He was thinking this would be his last swim for a while, as they were due to fly home the very next day. As it turned out, it did end up being Thomas's last swim, but for very different reasons. Thomas was a highly accomplished man, having earned his undergraduate degree in cell biology from UCLA and received his doctorate in optometry from UC Berkeley. But his life wasn't all about work. It was far more about play. He was an antique and muscle car expert and stock car racer. He was a member of the Sports Car Club of America and was due to race his vintage 1965 Corvette on tracks across Northern California in the Advanced Pro X class in just 2 weeks' time. But he would never make it. He also loved the water and often spent his time snorkeling, scuba diving, water skiing, and swimming. It was a lovely stretch of coastline, but a predator was swimming along it exactly at the moment Thomas entered the water that day. It was a tiger shark, and it was being tracked by the Department of Land and Natural Resources. They were studying its movements, and its presence in the waters just off the resort was known to wildlife officials. But there were no warning signs erected along the beach. Instead, tourists were allowed to enter the water completely unaware of the dangers they were putting themselves in. Tiger sharks are one of the largest shark species in the world. They can grow up to 18 feet, or 5.5 meters long, and weigh in excess of 1,700 pounds, or 900 kilograms. Their fearless and typically aggressive nature, along with their tendency to swim in warm coastal waters, makes them especially dangerous for humans. As Thomas swam parallel to shore about 60 yards out, the shark approached him from behind, an enormous shadow just under the surface of the water, trailing its potential prey. Thomas continued to swim, completely oblivious to the imminent attack. Then the shark lunged forward, its serrated teeth clamping down on his left leg. Thomas was tugged under the water. The force from the bite was so powerful, it felt like his leg was going to give way. He fought back. In those terrifying moments, he knew exactly what had happened. He knew he was in the jaws of a shark. When he turned to see his attacker, he came face to face with the enormous fish. The commotion was witnessed on shore. Gail heard some cries. She walked out onto the lanai and looked out across the ocean. She could see people pointing out into the water. There were no snorkelers. Instead, a lone person was struggling out in the water. He was clearly in distress. Her immediate thought was Thomas, but she knew he was an exceptional swimmer. Being in the water was second nature for Thomas, so if anybody was going to be in trouble in the water, it was unlikely to be him. Even so, Gail continued to watch as the person struggled to get to shore. There was a lack of first responders in the area. The man cried out for help, but none came. Witnesses on the beach couldn't reach him. They just watched on in horror as the man tried desperately to make it back to the shore. But under the surface of the water, he was bleeding profusely. He was losing his energy. He was losing the fight. Finally, a jet ski was scrambled, but they had left too late. The police rescue unit wave runner started up and sped over to Thomas, who was still thrashing around in the water. He was surrounded by a cloud of dark red water. His movements were growing less now, and as the officers arrived, he had lost consciousness. The shark had disappeared below the surface. They pulled him onto the jet ski and raced him to shore. All the while, his wife watched on. Only when she saw his swimsuit did she realize that it was Thomas. Her heart dropped, and she screamed and ran over to him. She lay by his side and looked at his face. He was pale and unresponsive. She knew he had gone. Although officers tried CPR, they weren't able to bring Thomas back, and he died at the scene. It was a massive shock for Gail. She had seen him happily swimming in the water just moments before, living his best life. They were about to embark on their retirement together and had been best friends and inseparable ever since first meeting in high school. Now, Gail would have to navigate her new life without him by her side. The shark had completely severed his left leg below the knee. His wrist, where he tried to fight off the shark, was lacerated and had lost all its skin. He had lost too much blood while in the water. The attack had happened so quickly that there was little anybody could do. The death of Thomas was a huge shock for all who knew him. He lived for his family. His children and grandchildren meant everything to him. His wife said that his attitude toward life was never be afraid of trying new things or putting yourself out there. His adventurous streak in life meant that he lived life to the fullest. Although Gail doesn't blame officials for Thomas's death, she knows for a fact that he would not have gone swimming that day had he known that there was a tiger shark in the area. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hawaii sees about 20 shark attacks per year. Thomas's attack was the first fatal shark attack in Hawaii since 2015, when a snorkeler was killed off Maui, just 40 miles to the south of where Thomas was attacked. Thomas was the sixth person attacked by a shark in Hawaii that year. In an island state that is surrounded by water, human-shark encounters are bound to be more common. There are suggestions that climate change is driving the increasing number of shark attacks in Hawaii, with changing ocean temperatures and movement of prey the main driving force. Paia Bay on Maui's north shore is a beautiful surfing and bodyboarding spot. With its long stretch of white sandy beach and large breakers just offshore, it's popular with locals and visitors alike. The northern shores are known for their perfect combination of natural beauty and tranquility. Green sea turtles frequent the area, and the views out over the Pacific Ocean are breathtaking. Where better than to surf? That's what 39-year-old Jason Carter thought when he headed to the bay from his home in nearby Haiku on December 30th, 2023. The surf was good, but the water was murky. Jason was a very experienced surfer. He was an avid outdoorsman, enjoying fishing and surfing, and even spending a winter season in a ski resort in Oregon in the years before. He loved being outdoors and amongst nature. It was a part of who he was. But when he entered the water that day, he was swimming to his disastrous fate. A hidden danger lurked, one that everyone thinks about but pushes to the backs of their minds, thinking that it'll never happen to them. It was a shark, and although the waters around Hawaii are full of them, attacks are relatively rare, especially given the number of people who enter the water each and every year. As Jason joined the other surfers on his board, the shark approached the bay. It was mid-morning, just before 11 a.m. The shark was on the hunt, an opportunistic hunter, always on the lookout for an easy meal. Jason bobbed up and down on his surfboard, not knowing that this would be his last surf. He had been to that spot 100 times before. Now his legs dangled precariously into the murky Hawaiian seas. From below the water surface, the surfers on top looked like silhouettes, perhaps a seal or sea lion floating on the surface. The shark swam up through the water column, up toward the small group of surfers, but it wasn't powering through the water, aiming to knock any of the surfers sky high into the air in a surprise encounter. Instead, it was investigating the potential prey. Perhaps the poor visibility had made it cautious. That's when Jason and his friends saw it. The truly terrifying sight of a dorsal fin slicing through the water just feet from where they hovered on their boards. One witness described the fin as large as Jason, who was sitting on his board just a couple of feet away. It was of megalodon-sized proportions. The tip of the dorsal fin was almost as high as Jason's head as he sat there. The terror that ran through their veins as they realized that the shark had come to investigate them and how immensely huge it was like nothing they had ever experienced before. But the most terrifying part was yet to come. As Jason and the other surfers instinctively tried to swim away from the shark, its enormous head popped up right next to Jason's board. Its dark gray snout glistening out of the water, its rough skin dripping wet. Behind it was the large shadow of the rest of its body that disappeared below the surface. Jason stared straight into one of its dark black eyes. It was jet black and unblinking, an enormous round thing in the side of the shark's head. The shark's mouth was agape, wide open, displaying rows of razor-sharp teeth. A split second later, the dark eyes rolled back in its head, a protective instinct as it went in for the kill. Jason knew this was it, but there was nowhere for him to go. The shark lunged forward, and its powerful jaws came crashing down around Jason and his board. He instinctively kicked out at the shark, but he couldn't secure a decent hit on it. Unable to maneuver away, Jason was at the mercy of the shark. The shark's sharp teeth tore through his torso like a knife through butter. The sheer force of the bite was unbelievable. Jason screamed. Another surfer raced to the shore to call for help, but Jason tried to fight back. The shark had him in its grip and pulled him from his board. Jason tried desperately to hold on to his board. He tried not to get sucked down below the surface, but the brute was too strong and plucked him from his surfboard in less than a second. Under the water, Jason kicked and punched. He tried desperately to pry open the shark's jaws. It thrashed its head from side to side, sending Jason crashing through the water this way and that, entirely at the mercy of the predator. As he was held in the vice-like grip, he could feel the full weight of the powerful bite. The shark resurfaced momentarily, and the water frothed and boiled beside Jason. From the shore, witnesses could see the horror unfolding. The commotion and Jason's cries for help were noticed by others, and those in the water swam for their lives. He was still alive. He was still fighting the battle of his life as he was pulled under the water repeatedly. Each time he resurfaced, gasping for air, and the shark would readjust its grip on him, causing yet more devastating damage as it did so. Finally, the message had got through that the surfer was in trouble, and lifeguards raced to the scene on jet skis. The sound of the loud jet ski motors frightened the shark, and it released its grip on Jason and swam away. With jet skis scrambled to the position, they circled Jason to make sure that the shark was no longer there. Jason had fought a valiant and brave fight. He was left unconscious in the water. He was still alive, but barely. He bobbed on the surface of the water, surrounded in a pool of his own blood, while the first responders arrived on jet skis. They leaned over and pulled him up on their jet skis and powered back toward the beach. It was now a race against time. Jason had done all he could. Now it was up to the medical expertise of those around him. As Jason was pulled ashore, nobody knew if he was going to make it. He had lost a lot of blood. They lay him down and performed life-saving treatment for him, trying to stabilize him before he was rushed to the hospital. Tourniquets were tied around his limbs to staunch the flow of blood, and pressure was applied to the gaping wounds on his torso. When paramedics arrived, he was rushed to the hospital, where he fought for the rest of the day. Sadly, though, Jason lost his battle that evening and succumbed to his horrendous injuries. As news of his death spread, it sent shockwaves through the community. Tributes began pouring in for the much-loved surfer. He was a popular man with many friends in Hawaii and on the mainland. He will be missed by his loved ones, and had left a hole that cannot be filled. His cousins said, whether you had a lifetime with him or 5 minutes, you felt like a changed person because of his beautiful spirit. The beaches were closed for the rest of the weekend for a mile in either direction of the attack site, while jet skis patrolled the area. Jason was the 8th person to be attacked by a shark that year in Hawaii, but only the first fatality. As more and more people take to the seas to enjoy the water sports on offer, tragic encounters like this are only going to become more common. Some even suggest that global warming is leading sharks to search for food closer to shore, posing a greater risk to people. Christmas was fast approaching in December 2021. Tomas had decided to spend the festivities in Morro Bay, California. While in the northern state, Tomas developed a love for the ocean. Anything to do with the water he enjoyed, whether it was fishing, diving, or bodyboarding. He loved the outdoors and the thrill of adventure. At 41 years old, he worked with his father Scott in Sacramento. On December 23, 2021, Tomas left his home in Sacramento and made his way 300 miles south to Morro Bay. A popular seaside city, Morro Bay is most famous for Morro Rock, a large volcanic rock protruding from the mouth of the harbor, reaching 576 feet above the surface of the sea. The sandy beach and views across the bay and the towering Morro Rock are a real draw for visitors, as is the surfing and bodyboarding. The following day, on Christmas Eve, Tomas headed down to the water from his mother's house. He was planning on bodyboarding that morning before spending the rest of the day with his mother and brother and preparing for Christmas Day. But tragically, he would never have the chance to open his presents the next day. As he pulled on his wetsuit and trotted across the sand, his fate had been sealed. He headed towards what is known as the Pit. Situated near the base of Morro Rock, the Pit is slightly off the beaten track and is a great surfing spot. The waves in Morro Bay are biggest in the winter, usually averaging 6 feet in height. It was to be an exhilarating morning before Tomas settled down for the festivities ahead. Although the water was cold, his wetsuit soon warmed him as he entered the water at around 10:30 that morning. There were other surfers already riding the waves when he paddled out. The conditions were quite poor. In fact, they were described by some as horrendous, but they didn't stop the devoted surfers from a Christmas Eve paddle. Tomas was enjoying himself as the waves propelled him to shore over and over again, but something was making its way along the coastline. A marine predator. An opportunistic hunter that was always on the lookout for a meal. Seals and sea otters are common in the waters at Morro Bay. They provide food for great white sharks as they dart in and out of the seaweed and kelp forests below the waves. A great white shark swam below the surface. Above it, he could make out the outline of 41-year-old Tomas as he straddled his bodyboard. The water was turbid from recent rainfall. The visibility was poor. Whether it was a case of mistaken identity or whether it considered Tomas as prey, it decided then and there to engage. It suddenly torpedoed upwards, its tail driving it through the water column with power and speed. Its greatest asset was its element of surprise. As it came within feet of the oblivious bodyboarder, it opened its jaws and made contact, powering into Tomas with such force that he was sent flying from his bodyboard. He didn't know what had hit him, and as the teeth closed down around his head and shoulder, the force was unbearable. The damage caused by the bite was devastating, something that Tomas wouldn't have been able to dwell on, as the attack was over within minutes. This is the most likely scenario, as nobody witnessed the attack. Nobody knows if Tomas was able to fight back or whether the damage was so devastating that he was dead within seconds. The great white released his grip, dived below the surface, and circled back around. It reappeared beside the stricken bodyboarder, its head emerging from the water, breaking through the surface as it bit down once more, this time around Tomas's chest. Then, as quickly as it arrived, the shark swam away without taking Tomas with it. He now lay unconscious in the water, face down, still attached to the ankle cord to his bodyboard. Rebecca Frimmer was also surfing that morning. As she was waiting for her next wave, she noticed a bright blue bodyboard bobbing about in the water. It was being dragged toward the shore with each wave, but something was holding it back. She pulled up alongside the bodyboard and pulled at the cord. When the body rolled over, her heart leapt as she realized this wasn't a drowned victim, this was a shark attack victim. She pulled him to the shore and shouted at some people on the beach. They were walking along the sand, taking in the scenery when Rebecca splashed frantically in the shallows, dragging Tomas's body onto dry land. Others rushed to Rebecca's aid, but tragically Tomas had already succumbed to his injuries. Emergency services were called, and they arrived a few minutes later at 10:48. Paramedics pronounced him dead at the scene. Then came the heartbreaking reality of informing his family. They received the worst phone call of their lives on Christmas Eve, a time that should be spent celebrating with family and friends. Following the autopsy on Tomas, the evidence raised more questions about the specifics of the attack than answers. Tomas had been bitten on the right shoulder,
right side of his chest cavity and on the head. On his chest, there were 2 distinctive arcs where the shark had readjusted his grip and bitten down a second time. The radius of these arcs was 16 inches, or 40 centimeters, an enormous bite that led to his untimely death. As is often the case with sharks, a tooth had become dislodged from its jaws during the attack and was found in Tomas's back. DNA evidence left by the shark determined it to have been a great white. Where the shark had bitten down on Tomas's head, he had suffered fractures on the right side of the skull. Great white sharks can bite down with a force of 4,000 psi, allowing them to crush their prey as well as slice open skin and muscle from their sharp teeth. Tomas's ribs on both the left and right sides were also crushed. The coroner reported that the cause of death was determined to be from blunt force trauma that took his life in a matter of minutes. Morro Bay Harbor Patrol shut down the beach immediately following the attack. It reopened the following day, but people were warned to stay out of the water for 24 hours. They took a boat out to clear the water of any other swimmers or surfers. The conditions were quite rough. Heavy rainfall had churned the seas up, reducing visibility in the water. Murky water is common when shark attacks occur. Experts often refer to the case of mistaken identity, especially when visibility is poor. The last time a shark attack was reported in San Luis Obispo County was 2 years before, when a surfer was injured at Montana de Oro. It was 18 years earlier when a fatality happened in 2003. A woman who was swimming with sea lions in Avila Beach was attacked and killed. Human-shark interactions that have occurred along the coastline of California have been recorded since 1950. Interactions are counted as any incident where a shark has come into contact with a person, kayak, or surfboard unprovoked, whether they cause injury or not. Between 1950 and 2021, there were 201 incidents in California. 107 of those caused injury, with 15 resulting in fatalities. Most of those incidents involved great white sharks. They are drawn to the California coast due to the abundance of prey, like sea lions and otters. The warming seas, due to global warming, are bringing them further north along the west coast of the U.S. than ever before. Zach Young was a talented surfer who had just gotten his driver's license and was pumped to go on his first surfing road trip with a small group of his friends, Shaden Schrader, Kurt Gillen, and Lindsay Isaac. At just 19 years old, he had earned the honor of being considered by friends and community members alike one of the nicest kids someone could meet. Zach was a good-hearted kid who was always trying to help people, and over the years he had earned many awards for sportsmanship, as well as being a dedicated surfer who had been surfing for almost all of his life. He was also a committed Christian who was fun-loving and well-known in his community. He even worked with schools and homeless youth with the Youth for Christ organization. Zach would talk to school students about values, the hurdles he had faced, and how he overcame them during his party life phase 2 years earlier. The group surfing trip brought them to Campbell's Beach in New South Wales, Australia. 500 meters of beautiful golden sand, perfect for sunbathing and beachcombing, stretched out before them. Campbell's Beach was even great for water activities, like swimming, snorkeling, fishing, and most importantly for the group of friends, surfing. However, this beach sits along the coast of the South Pacific Ocean. The South Pacific Ocean covers a major part of the Southern Hemisphere, and records from this ocean are scarce because large parts are covered by deep sea basins. These sea basins are often too deep for exploration, making them unsuitable to obtain records from. So most of the available data we have from the South Pacific Ocean comes from the data of surrounding continents as educated guesses. Not to mention, it was reported that coral reef bays in the South Pacific Ocean have large populations of endangered species. So there's no knowing exactly what is below those Pacific waters. Mix that with the coast of Australia, and I bet only the brave would walk into the waters of a beach like Campbell's. The locals will also tell you that Reeks Point, off of Campbell's Beach, is a place that's heavily populated by sharks. So it wouldn't be too surprising to find a tiger shark lurking in its waters. For those of you who don't know, tiger sharks are named for the dark vertical stripes these sharks have when they're young. As they age, the lines begin to fade and almost disappear. They are scavengers with excellent senses of sight and smell, with a nearly limitless diet menu. They are second only to great whites in attacking people, but because they aren't picky eaters, they are more likely to continue eating away at a human than swimming away, as great whites frequently do. Either way, it didn't take the group of teenagers long to get out to a break known as The Well, 100 meters offshore of Reeks Point, north of Coffs Harbor, on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. It's safe to say that no one was expecting what was about to happen moments later. At around 2 p.m., the unsuspecting Zach was happily enjoying his day in the water with his friends, completely unaware of the danger lurking closer and closer to him. Suddenly, sharp teeth sunk into the flesh of his legs and tore into him. His friends quickly jumped to his rescue. They courageously struggled against the shark to free their friend. In a short amount of time, the shark let go, granting the boys a terrifying victory over the beast. However, it wasn't over yet. The boys still had to make the 15-minute paddle back to the shore. The knowledge that the shark could have been circling below as they fled sent terrifying shockwaves of adrenaline through their bodies. One of the boys, Lindsay, believed the shark was at least an 8-foot-long tiger shark. Yet these three brave boys managed to pull through and bring Zach to the safety of the shore. Tragically, their courageous acts went unrewarded, as their efforts weren't enough to save Young in time. As he bled to death in the water, Zach managed to tell the heroic trio, "I love you guys. I love you," as his last words before going into cardiac arrest and dying on the beach. The boys, unable to believe they had lost their friend, performed CPR until the paramedics arrived. The vicious attack initiated a shark incident response plan. Surf Life Saving New South Wales immediately closed the beaches around Reeks Point, and water police started patrolling the area late on Saturday night. Lifeguards warned Coffs Harbor hotels not to allow their guests to go down to the beaches. Meanwhile, water police, marine rescue, and surf life-saving volunteers searched the area for the shark. A shark biologist even traveled to the scene to study the attack pattern so they could identify the species of shark. A detailed forensic analysis of Zach's wounds was also completed. The study included an analysis of the jaw width, which was compared to the three main predatory shark species in the area, eventually confirming that a 3-meter-long tiger shark was responsible for the attack, fitting the description given by Zach's friends. Weeks prior, hundreds of surfers had traveled to Coffs Harbor for the National Bodyboarding Championships. Those hundreds quickly became mourners for the young surfer and paid tribute along with Zach's friends, family, and community members at Grace Church, which was the teens' hometown church. Zach's brother Michael fought back tears, describing his brother's strength of character. His heartfelt speech included quotes such as, "All of us know you have left for now, but you will always be alive in our hearts, and we will smile every time you cross our minds." In the wise words of Zacy, "Don't cry, keep your eyes dry, and get by. You were loved by so many because you loved too much." A smile so big, it tears through a saddened heart. After the service, up to 400 surfers and bodyboarders gathered on Town Beach in Port Macquarie, where they joined in prayer. They then paddled out into the ocean, where they held a minute's silence. Thousands of people also visited the Facebook tribute page set up in memory of the young surfer, where friends praised him as a positive, happy person who lived life to the fullest, and as someone who was always looking out for others. However, that wasn't the only place people came to mourn online. Zach's second-to-last post on his Facebook page was a call-out to his friends to join him for a surf. With his friends struggling to come to terms with his death after the brutal mauling, that post served as a place for people to leave behind messages of tribute and friendship. Some of their quotes were sorrowful yet uplifting messages like this: "Miss you, Zach. You made the world a better place. Your presence lit up the room when you entered. Your smile made a difference, and your words were uplifting. Love you, brother. I know you're surfing the sickest barrels in heaven right now." However, some of his friends managed to pull through during these tough times. Even though the shark attack was one of the scariest experiences a young group of teenagers could face, one of the boys who rescued Zach still said they would get back into the water, as that's what Zach would have wanted for them.
Kai Cowley, a native of Maslin Beach, was a third-generation roader, a member of the Seaview Road Board Riders Surf Club, following in the footsteps of his uncle and his grandfather before him. With a natural talent for riding the waves, he was not only a standout talent in the sport, but brought positive energy and good vibes to the club. He was especially encouraging to the younger members of the club, always wanting to make their time on the beach a positive one. He and his father were traveling to Ethel Beach, a small beach on the York Peninsula of South Australia, named after a ship which wrecked there over a century ago. The beach is well known as a great spot for strong surfers, often producing strong, tall waves. The weather was still nice enough that the beach was populated with locals from the nearby town of Marion Bay, out to enjoy the sand, surf, and warmth. Many of them were also surfers like Kai, looking to take advantage of the gusty weather for some practice. That weather, which made for tall waves and surfable swells, also created ideal conditions for ambush predators like the formidable great white shark. The water was clouded with silt stirred up by the waves, and froth and bubbles from the winds reduced visibility to almost zero. And when the prey can't see the predator, it's the ideal time for them to hunt. Out there among the waves, out of the view of the beachgoers, was a great white shark, one of the top predators of the Australian Ocean. Sharks of any kind were an uncommon sighting at the beach, and to see a great white in the area was even more rare. With the cloudy conditions, the shark had seen its chance to hunt in new waters, in search of a bounty of prey. The massive shark was almost completely hidden in the waves. If anything was visible, it would only have been its dorsal fin cutting through the surface of the ocean. But with the murky water and the froth from the waves, even the most attentive of surfers might not have seen it until it was too late. The shark, sensing something in the water that was large and warm, moved in silently. All predators have to make quick decisions when it comes to what might be a potential meal, and a great white shark is no different. A surfer and a seal both seem a worthwhile target to a shark, and this one was tragically about to close in on the former. Circling Kai, the shark knew one thing. What was in front of it was a live creature, and this was its chance to feed. Once it had a clear shot, it lunged. Whether it immediately sunk its teeth into the young surfer in a sneak attack, or if the first contact was part of the bump and bite behavior sharks are known to exhibit when feeding, we'll never know for sure. But that first bite was critical. The jaws of the great white shark can deliver 4,000 pounds of pressure per square inch, and combined with serrated razor-sharp teeth up to 3 inches long, this was more than enough to tear through muscle and bone, and to sever Kai Cowley's leg. If there was any chance for him, however slim, he needed to get out of the water. As a fading Kai Cowley struggled to swim back to shore, his father, who had witnessed the attack, raised the alert. He wasn't the only one who had witnessed the violent attack. Another local surfer, Tim Phillip, had seen it all from a nearby cliff face. Realizing that the situation was critical, he didn't hesitate. Tim leapt into action, grabbing a stranger's surfboard and leaping into the water, paddling out to Kai, who had fallen unconscious by now. The danger hadn't passed. As Tim grabbed the young surfer, he saw the telltale shape of the shark returning, circling the two of them, and he could see the size of the massive beast. The shark was almost 4 meters long, 13 feet. A great white shark as long as an average sedan was a terrifying encounter, and he could see what it had done to Kai. With the shark approaching, he had no choice but to back off again, releasing the surfer and retreating for his own safety. But when the shark lost interest a few moments later and continued out to sea, Tim acted once again. He knew that if he didn't go back for Kai, there might not be another chance to bring him back. He knew that at this point, the chance to save him was slim. He had lost so much blood from the bite wounds that had severed his leg, but he couldn't bear the thought of his body being lost to the sea. He knew this boy had family and friends who loved him, and no matter what, they would want to see him brought home. All the commotion had raised alarms back on the beach, and by the time they had reached the shore, paramedics were waiting. Even with the relative isolation of the beach, they were on scene almost immediately with the aid of an air ambulance.
Shark attacks are always a cause for immediate action. Their teeth can do a terrifying amount of damage, leaving ragged edges and causing deep damage through all layers of the body, even down to the bone. In this case, everyone knew it was dire. This was not only a bite wound, the shark had managed to fully sever his leg. Even in a fully equipped hospital, this kind of injury would be incredibly difficult to treat. After the trauma of the injury and the massive amount of blood he had lost, paramedics were unable to revive Kai Cali, and he was pronounced dead on scene. Local residents were surprised to find police roadblocks keeping visitors from accessing the beach that afternoon. And when the news spread that the reason behind the blockade was the fatal incident at the beach, the nearby town of Marion Bay was in shock. Despite the water surrounding South Australia being a prime location for water sports, shark attacks were uncommon, and fatal shark attacks have always been rare, with only 11 on record since the year 2000. And with them being such a rarity, when one happens, it makes them all the more shocking. Everyone in the town will remember this attack for years to come. Surfers know they share the waters with wildlife, and that sharks make their homes in the oceans alongside them. No matter how many precautions one takes, there's always that chance of danger. And when a shark strikes out of the blue, everyone takes notice, and everyone will mourn. Surf clubs across South Australia have been posting tributes to Kai Cali. Both Microgram's Junior Surf Club and Surfing South Australia have spoken out online, remembering the teenager as talented and dearly loved, and many independent sentiments have been pouring in from across the country and across the internet. As much as this tragedy has affected family, friends, and everyone who knew him, no one is willing to let this keep them from the waves. But it is a heartbreaking reminder to always be aware, to keep your guard up, and to always pay attention to the conditions of the waters you are about to enter.
Located off the east coast of Madagascar lies the French territory of Reunion Island. It's a volcanic island steeped in mountainous, rugged terrain and fringed by golden, sandy beaches. But the perception of beauty is in stark contrast to what lies hidden in the surrounding waters. Although the island is just 970 square miles, it's one of the most common places for shark attacks in the whole world. Despite being so small in size, it's believed that 16% of the world's shark attacks happen there, and worryingly, these seem to be on the rise. A change in water temperature is drawing large sharks closer to shore, and there is one particular stretch of coastline on Reunion Island that is particularly dangerous. Surfers and swimmers are strongly advised not to enter the water. Signs are erected all along the beaches warning people of the dangers, and yet people still go swimming or surfing in the seas. This hotspot for shark attacks doesn't seem to deter people. This is exactly what happened when 28-year-old Frenchman Kim Mabuli was visiting the island with his friends. The surf was too good to pass up the opportunity. However, whilst his friends at least took some precautions against shark attacks by wearing shark deterrent devices on their ankles, for some reason Kim did not. After pulling on their wetsuits, they grabbed their boards and headed into the Indian Ocean. They had chosen to surf from the small seaside village of Saint-Loup. The place was known as Turtle Spot on the island's west coast. It's one of the best places in the world to view sea turtles, and there is a center situated there called Kelonia, which is a public aquarium and observatory dedicated to the education about the conservation of sea turtles. Kim and his three friends ignored official warnings of the dangers of sharks and began surfing at the prohibited spot. The seas around Reunion were changing from the warmer summer to the cooler winter months, a seasonal change in the conditions that attracts sharks closer to shore. As the four friends hit the waves late in the afternoon, a shark was swimming just below them. It was hunting in the area and immediately spotted the shadowy figures above it. Kim was about to become the 24th person to be attacked off Reunion's waters in just 8 years in what has been dubbed as Shark Highway. The seas between Australia and South Africa are a hotspot for sharks and lie just south of the island. Shark swam upwards, powering through the water column. Its eyes were fixed on the surfer sitting on the surface. Kim was unaware of the predator surging toward him.
He continued to bob about on his surfboard, glancing over his shoulder at the waves as they built behind him. His friends were doing the same thing just feet away. Suddenly, he felt a sharp tug on his left leg and immediately looked down into the dark eyes of an enormous shark. It had torpedoed upwards and crashed through the surface of the Indian Ocean, grabbing Kim's leg in its jaws. Its head was visible above the water, a terrifying sight that sent shockwaves through Kim. But there was no time to dwell on it. With one tug, Kim was pulled underwater. His three friends saw the commotion. The water was boiling and splashing where Kim had been just moments before. His surfboard bounced up and down as Kim was dragged underneath it, his ankle still attached to the ripcord. They swam over to him, but he had disappeared into the depths. They peered into the water, but they couldn't see him. The shark's razor-sharp teeth sliced through the cord, and it snapped. After a frantic search for their friend, but with no sign of him, the three terrified friends made a dash for dry land in a bid to get help. Shouting as they paddled furiously to the shore, some eyewitnesses could see that they were in trouble and called the emergency services. When word got out of the shark attack, lifeguards rushed to the spot in their speedboat. It was a race against time to find Kim. Under the water, he had battled. The shark held him firmly in its powerful jaws, biting down with a bite force of 1,300 psi. Kim tried to free his leg. He could feel himself fading. His lungs were bursting. He looked up at the surface, shards of sunlight penetrating into the water. The shark thrashed its head from side to side, and the agonizing pain ripped through Kim's body. Then seconds later, his leg came off. The shark swam away with Kim's left leg in its mouth, and the surfer bobbed up to the surface and took in a lungful of air, but he had lost a significant amount of blood. He was fading fast. The adrenaline was hiding the worst of the pain, but his heart rate was slowing and his blood pressure plummeting dangerously low. He was losing consciousness. His femoral artery had been severed, and he was now floating in the Indian Ocean just offshore in a cloud of red. It engulfed him. Moments later, a speedboat tore through the water. The hum of the engine went unnoticed by the 28-year-old as he closed his eyes and let his head flop backwards. The crew from the lifeboat spotted him and dragged him from the water. He was pale and unresponsive. He had lost his left leg from the upper thigh down. The shark had sliced through his muscle and bone, severing it from his body with one bite. They rushed Kim to shore and he was loaded into the back of an ambulance. Sadly, the young surfer could not be revived, and he lost his life that day. His friends and the locals in the small fishing village watched on as the ambulance drove away from the scene. They were in shock. But they weren't strangers to the attacks around Reunion Island. It seemed that despite the swimming and surfing bans, people still weren't heeding the warnings. The turquoise waters were so inviting, and the island appeared to be paradise on Earth, but its hidden dangers were the stuff of nightmares. The following year in 2020, there were 57 shark attacks in Reunion's waters. 10 of those proved fatal. But what is driving the ever-increasing shark attacks in those particular seas? It's worrying that attacks like this are happening more and more often. Experts believe that either there is a change in the number of sharks in the area or a change in their behavior. Transforming sea temperatures are largely blamed for the excessive shark attacks off Reunion, while in other parts of the world, shark experts are quick to point out that human attacks are usually cases of mistaken identity. Dr. Blake Chapman, a marine biologist who examines shark neuroscience for her PhD, doesn't think that this is always the case. The fact that there are so many attacks off Reunion Island, and the nature of the attacks as well, suggests to her that the sharks are deliberately hunting humans. And that makes for a very scary prospect. Kim and Bisogno lived with the love of her life, Diego Malesi, in Cape Town, South Africa. The two had met while on holiday in Ibiza. There was an instant attraction between them, but it was their love for cooking that sealed their bond. Diego was easily persuaded to move from his home in Italy to Kim's native South Africa, and the two of them took the plunge and opened an Italian restaurant together in Cape Town. Fernando's Pizza and Takeaway was popular with locals and tourists alike. When the COVID pandemic struck, it was touch and go whether their business would survive. On top of that, the two of them now had a young daughter to take care of. Times were tough, but through their resilience and hard work, both they and their restaurant survived the pandemic. Once their business was back in full swing again and doing well, the couple and their now 5-year-old daughter Luna decided to take a well-earned break. In September 2022, they drove 300 miles from Cape Town to the picturesque coastline of Plettenberg Bay. The spectacular coastal scenery of the Western Cape was inviting, with its postcard-perfect sandy beaches stretching for miles, its turquoise waters and wooden walkways cutting across the sand dunes. It was a bank holiday weekend for Heritage Day, a day on which all South Africans are encouraged to celebrate their culture. The young family treated themselves to the luxury Beacon Island Hotel complex for 3 days. The hotel, situated along the world-famous garden route, was surrounded by the sandy beach and clear water. On September 25th, they were up early. Luna was excited about their holiday, and they decided to head to the beach first thing to beat the crowds. It was just past 7 a.m. when they wandered onto the sand. Others were already in the sea. While Luna and Diego started playing with the sand, Kimmin decided to take a dip in the water. It would be a refreshing start to the day. A quick swim to wake her up before the three of them headed back to the hotel for some breakfast. But below the waves, a predator was lurking. It was swimming purposefully along the shoreline a little way out. It was a great white shark, always on the hunt for an easy meal. The infamous sardine run had ended the month before. This is a time during which the coastal waters come alive with a plethora of marine wildlife, as predators follow the sardines while they migrate southwards along South Africa's west coast, and then up its east coast. Swimming during the sardine run is considered dangerous due to the large number of sharks that are drawn to the waters as they take advantage of the likes of sea lions, which are feeding on the sardines and other fish in the area. But the sardine run was now over. Swimming was considered relatively safe again. Sharks bring in millions to the South African economy every year as they draw tourists from far and wide to experience shark diving. It's considered one of the best places in the world to view them. The thrill of being lowered into the water in a steel cage while sharks are enticed to within feet with fresh bait is considered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But shark dive operators often find that tourists are surprised by how docile the sharks appear to be. Under the water, they don't seem to be the mindless killing machines that people have been led to believe. They are often timid at first before taking a cautious bite of the food on offer. Despite this, great white sharks have earned their reputation as terrifying killers for a reason. Of all the shark attacks worldwide, great white, tiger, and bull sharks are responsible for the most. As Kimmin paddled in the water, the great white shark that was patrolling the coastline altered its course. Instead of swimming parallel to the beach, it now turned toward the swimmers in the water. It spotted Kimmin's legs in the shallows. She was only waist deep, just yards from her family, but she didn't know the imminent danger she was in. The shark approached, hidden beneath the surface, and then it came in for the kill. The 13-foot giant crashing through the arc of a wave. It rushed at Kimmin, opening its jaws wide and bringing them down around her waist. Kimmin felt a tremendous force as she was knocked off her feet. It was like being hit by a truck. In a matter of seconds, Kimmin had suffered catastrophic injuries. Those in the water at the same time as her screamed. They could see the attack unfolding, the water splashing and bubbling all around the victim. The other tourists ran out of the water in panic, each fearing for their own lives. The shark's teeth had severed arteries and torn through muscle. Lifeboats from the National Sea Rescue Institute were alerted immediately and leapt into action. They powered over to the scene while Kimmin's family looked on helplessly. There was nothing anyone could do. It was too dangerous to enter the water, and the attack had been so rapid that Kimmin lay motionless in the water within a matter of minutes. There was no bringing back the young mother, and for her daughter to have witnessed it was both shocking and devastating. Kimmin's loss would be mourned by all who knew her. She was a kind and gentle soul, always looking out for others. In fact, every Wednesday she helped run the Ob's Pasta Kitchen in Cape Town,
providing nutritious and free meals for the poor and needy. That was the kind of person she was. She always put others before herself. Following the tragedy, Batu municipality shut down the beach and erected signs to warn swimmers away. There was fear amongst the community. This was the second fatality in just 3 months, and prior to 2011, 11 years earlier, there had never been any shark attacks in Plettenberg Bay. Was there a reason these attacks were suddenly on the rise? Most experts believe that this was just incredibly bad luck for those who had tragically lost their lives. With more people entering the water than ever before due to the rising interest in surfing, paddleboarding, and snorkeling, there were always bound to be more human-shark interactions. Naturally, great whites pursue prey near the coastline. The species they typically hunt include sea lions and seals that fish in the coastal waters. A silhouetted swimmer on the surface of the sea, or splashing in the shallows, can be mistaken for a sea lion coming up for air or fishing for its prey. But a mistaken bite can often prove deadly. Sharks tend to leave Plettenberg in October and head to other waters. Their presence is often dictated by orca activity, as orcas often prey on sharks. When the orcas arrive, the sharks disappear. The day after the attack on Kimmin, there were discussions about a Plet shark action plan. These had begun after the previous fatal attack just months before, but nothing had been finalized. Lifeguards weren't on duty at the time of the attack because it was out of season. Local officials recommend that people only swim at lifeguarded beaches. Some suggested that shark spotters should be placed at high points along the beach, using drone technology to search for approaching sharks. As well as this, the Plet Shark Action Group investigated the costs for installing stationary cameras, specialized water monitoring software, and specialized monitors to analyze shark activity and notify authorities for beach closures. Sadly, though, for Kimmin and her family, these changes came too late. Maria Fernandez Martinez Jimenez was just 26 years old. She was a mother to her 5-year-old daughter and had recently completed her degree in marine biology at the University of Guadalajara. She enjoyed spending time at the beach. She had a love for the ocean ever since she was a child herself, and now she was taking her own child for a dip in the sea. There was nothing unusual about the day as they headed to the scenic beach. On Saturday, December 2nd, 2023, Maria and her daughter made their way to Malaque Beach in the state of Jalisco in western Mexico. It's a destination that's popular with Mexican tourists, a less well-known picturesque vacation spot. An outcrop of lava shelters the bay, and the sandy beaches stretch along the unspoiled shoreline. The warm seas and golden sands are perfect for swimming and sunbathing in the sheltered cove. That morning, a swimming race was taking place in the calm waters as Maria and her daughter undressed down to their swimming costumes and walked down to the water. They paddled in the shallows. The water was warm, it was refreshing, and the two of them laughed as they played together and splashed about. After a little while, the two of them decided to swim out to a floating platform situated 25 meters or 75 feet from the shore. They could hear the officials over the loudspeaker as the swimming race got underway. Other holidaymakers splashed in the sea all around them. The platform was always popular with families as children jumped off and into the water, splashing and laughing as they did so. Nobody was on it that day, though. They would have the whole platform to themselves. But that morning, something was about to go horribly wrong. An animal below the surface of the water swam toward the mother and daughter duo. The sounds from the swimming race nearby and the commotion in the sea from the competitive swimmers had drawn a predator to the area. It was an opportunistic hunter and always on the hunt for food. Maria and her daughter were just yards from the shore. The seafloor was only feet below them, and yet they were in imminent danger. Other tourists walked along the sand, unaware of the drama that was about to unfold. Maria and her daughter were just seconds from disaster. The predator swam upward, driving itself through the water toward the surface. As it came within inches of Maria, it opened its mouth. Suddenly, Maria felt a sharp tug on her leg and let out a cry of alarm. It felt as though she had been hit by something enormous, and then she felt a crushing sensation around her hip. The animal released her momentarily and readjusted its grip around her leg lower down. The animal had closed its immense jaws around her, holding her in a vice-like grip. Maria kicked furiously to get it off. She couldn't see what it was below the water, only the ominous dark shadow. She could feel the rough skin and the sharp teeth tearing into her leg. She tried to hit it, throwing fists into its head, trying to pry open the jaws. Although she knew she was in trouble, her only thought was the safety of her daughter. She screamed at her to swim away. Her daughter turned around to see blood pooling around her mother as she splashed in desperation. The young girl frantically made a swim for the floating platform. The horrific scene would be etched into her memory forever as she saw her mother battling with something below the surface. Moments later, Maria felt her leg give way. She couldn't tell the true severity of the situation in that moment, but when she was freed from the jaws of the marine predator, her cries were overheard by other beachgoers who rushed to her aid. They could see she was in trouble. Some had seen the attack unfolding and weren't sure what was happening, whether she was playing around or whether she was being bitten by something. A cloud of dark red surrounded the young mother as she tried to swim to shore. Others rushed into the shallows and grabbed her arms. They pulled her up onto the beach. When they looked down, they were shocked. Maria's leg had been bitten completely off. Blood poured from the open wound, turning the golden sand red all around her. As people crowded around her and tried to stem the bleeding by tying a tourniquet around her missing leg and applying pressure, Maria lost consciousness. The emergency services were called, and although paramedics arrived minutes later, they were too late. Not only had Maria lost a leg in the attack, but also suffered from a deep bite wound to her left hip. Maria had tragically lost too much blood and could not be revived. Her young daughter had witnessed a truly traumatic event, and her heroic mother, in her final moments, had hoisted her out of the water and out of harm's way. Her actions may have saved her child's life. The terrifying attack on the 26-year-old was initially assumed to be a shark, but authorities have been skeptical. Nobody saw exactly what attacked Maria. An investigation into the bite wound was not carried out, and a search for the animal proved fruitless. Cihuatlan's municipal government immediately closed the local beaches in Malake and Barra de Navidad and began an investigation into the attack. The community was left in shock. Not knowing what species had killed the young woman was a terrifying thought. There were two suspected culprits, a shark or a saltwater crocodile. Locals had never experienced any sharks approaching them along that stretch of coastline before, and crocodiles were known to live in nearby habitats. The reptiles could travel into open seawater in search of prey, such as fish, to eat. Saltwater crocodiles exhibit salt excretion glands in the backs of their tongues, which allows them to survive in salt water for extended periods of time. This allows them to travel across open water between islands. Only the year before, and 120 miles from Guadalajara, a couple of British tourists recalled their terror when they were swimming in the sea. They had heard screaming and shouting. Suddenly, everyone was running out of the water. There, gliding along the line of the surf, was an elongated shadow. The head of a large crocodile protruded through the surface of the sea, and the animal circled by the beach a number of times before disappearing from sight. There were crocodiles out there, and they posed as much a threat to people as sharks did. The swimming race that was taking place at the time of the attack was called off, and swimmers were escorted out of the water. Visitors were urged to follow the red flag warning and not to enter the water until further notice. Following the tragedy, people came to pay their respects and lay flowers on the beach where Maria lost her life. People were really moved by the passing of the young mother, who had died while saving her daughter. Crocodile attacks are rare in Mexico, but there have been attacks on tourists in recent years. In 2022, 2 American tourists were attacked as they swam in the sea, and in 2021, a British girl was attacked and almost killed when she went swimming in a freshwater river under the assurance of her guide. Shark attacks are also rare, with 95 recorded in Mexico since records began. Almost half of those proved fatal. As is often the case with attacks like this, Maria was in the wrong place at the wrong time. An hour either side of that fateful swim, and the shark or crocodile may have left the area. It was a truly heartbreaking accident, not only for Maria's family, but for those who witnessed the horrific attack. When Deborah Kiley greeted Captain John Lippeth, she knew something was strange. John had an impressive resume, contrasting the first impression he left on Debbie. The 24-year-old woman revealed in the U.S. show I Shouldn't Be Alive that John looked like the typical scraggly sailor. He had actually been a skipper on the Black Knight boat, the committee boat for the America's Cup, so he definitely had to possess some pretty amazing skills. However, another aspect caught Debbie's attention. John liked to celebrate everything. From the moment they first met, he wanted to grab a beer to cheer on their collaboration. The next person Debbie met in the port was Meg Mooney, John's girlfriend. Brad Kavanaugh was the youngest member of the crew. A yachtsman, he joined in on the journey because he knew Debbie and trusted her. He then brought up one of his friends, an English sailor named Mark Adams. With their crew now complete, they started their mission. They had to take the Trash Man, a 58-foot luxury yacht from Bar Harbor, Maine, all the way to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Debbie was the most experienced for sure. In 1981, she was the first American woman to complete the Whitbread Round the World race, a yacht race around the world held every 3 or 4 years since 1973. She took up sailing at a very young age and began working on yachts as a teenager. Meanwhile, John's impressive resume was overshadowed by his drinking problem. Brad's only experience in sailing came from sailing his family's yacht. Mark was a mystery tour, and Meg was definitely not a sailor. A strange crew indeed. On day one, the weather looked lovely, and the boat was fun to steer, so Debbie was in heaven. She was looking forward to the 1,300-mile trip, but on the second day, the weather took a turn for the worse. The blue sky darkened and a storm was looming on the horizon, while Debbie was taking a much-deserved nap. All of a sudden, Brad wakes her up. He tells her a violent storm hit the Trash Man with 68-mile-per-hour winds and 30-foot waves. Not used to the boat's movements, Meg, who was on the deck, fell and slashed open her leg. As the boat was taking on water, Debbie and Brad rushed to Meg's side to try to help her. The powerful waves and the wind pushed the boat from side to side until eventually the sails are ripped apart. Seeing that, John tries to turn on the engine without success. That was their last chance to head back to safety. Suddenly, a huge wave breaks underneath the boat, causing the vessel to be in a free fall. As soon as the boat lands on the water, all the windows break. The boat is now sinking fast. The crew tries to get to the life raft and the survival kit they prepared beforehand, but nothing seems to go their way. Instead, Brad sees a tiny dinghy and throws it into the water. The 5 crew members jump into the water in order to get away from the sinking yacht. In a matter of seconds, the waves swallow the boat and they're left stranded in the middle of the ocean. On the next day, the overcast sky and the freezing temperatures raised a new danger: hypothermia. First, the crew tries to huddle underneath the 11-foot dinghy, but the thick air caused John to have chest pains, so they decided to turn over the dinghy and get up in it. Meg was the first one to be lifted up into the dinghy. The deep cut on her leg was still bleeding. John and Brad join her, while Debbie and Mark try to get under the dinghy again to warm up. Mark, with his sharp tongue, immediately yells at Debbie to stop kicking him. Debbie insists she's not that close to him, so she can't be touching him. Mark continues, so Debbie decides to look in the water to prove him wrong. As soon as she goes underwater, she's hit with this intense, eerie feeling like she's being watched. In the distance, she notices a few torpedo-shaped bodies. Meg's bloody wound managed to catch the attention of hundreds of hungry sharks that were now circling the dinghy. Debbie yelled, "Shark!" and the crew dragged her and Mark into the dinghy before the sharks could reach them. Everyone was in shock, especially Deborah. She had never seen that many sharks before in her life, not even when she sailed across the world in 1981. Hundreds of shark fins filled the water that surrounded the dinghy, and for the next few days, The 5 crew members needed to keep as far away as possible from them. On the 3rd day, the sharks started to bump into the dinghy, trying to turn it over so they could have their feast. The animals played a weird game with the crew. The sharks would go away from time to time, but just when the crew thought they were safe, the predators would come back again to taunt them. Every moment was a real-life horror movie, especially when John and Mark became delirious. By day 4, now suffering from infection and starvation, the 2 men started drinking water straight from the ocean. This only led them to become more dehydrated and delirious, to the point that John now thinks he's seeing his car in the parking lot. The others try to convince him that it's just an illusion, but they lack the energy to keep him from jumping into the ocean. As soon as he dove in, he disappeared beneath the waves, leaving behind a blood-curdling scream. Dozens of shark fins are seen bolting toward John. They dragged him under the dinghy and ripped him apart bit by bit, their movements causing the boat to sway. Soon there was nothing left of him, only blood mixing with salt water under everyone's eyes and silence. The sharks had just claimed their first victim. Just a few hours later, in the middle of another delirious episode, Mark got up and announced to the crew that he was going to 7-Eleven to buy bread and cigarettes. Brad and Debbie tried to stop him, but he insisted he needed to stretch his legs and that he'd be back soon. So he jumped into the water. The splashes alerted the sharks that another victim had fallen into the water. With incredible speed, the ocean's deadliest predators swam toward Mark and clamped their massive jaws around him. His screams sent chills down the remaining crew's spines. The sea turned red from the blood, but the attack was far from over. As they ripped flesh from bone, the sharks tried to tip the dinghy once more. Deborah let out a terrifying scream as she held onto the boat. All she could think of is how it would feel to be bitten by a shark. She decided then and there that she didn't want to find out. On day 5, Debbie and Brad wake up to Meg's dead body. The 2 remaining crew members take off her shirt and jewelry to give to her family on their return and hold a sort of funeral for her before slowly pushing her into the water. Once again, Debbie and Brad looked over to the horizon and saw tens of sharks swimming fast toward them, attracted by Meg's body. In one last terrifying moment, Brad fell into the water while trying to clean the boat out. Unable to find the strength to pull him back in, Deborah breaks down. "I felt like I just doomed Brad to death," she said. "If the sharks came back, he was dead." With a surge of adrenaline, Brad managed to pull himself in, and moments later, desperation turned to joy as he spotted a Russian cargo ship on the horizon. They waved desperately at the ship, and just like that, they were saved. According to Debbie, she didn't care who those people were or where they were going. "I was there, and Brad was there, and we were alive." After 5 days lost at sea, stalked by ferocious sharks and watching their friends die in the most brutal fashion, Deborah Scaling Kiley and Brad Kavanaugh had managed to survive. However, they never got out of survival mode. They kept living in it. Lots of us find sharks fascinating. There's something terrifying about them, but also something that we find intriguing. They are one of the most successful predators on Earth. Their very earliest ancestors are thought to have swum the oceans 400 million years ago. They have hundreds of millions of years of instinct tucked beneath their tough, leathery skin. Killer instinct. Something that sends a chill down our spines when we enter the water, not knowing what's lurking beneath. Rows upon rows of sharp teeth, speed, power, and agility, all traits that aid in their success. For many of us, entering the sea is an enjoyable experience, but often, at the very backs of our minds, are the thoughts of sharks. A shadow beneath the surface or some seaweed brushing against our legs can set the mind racing and the heart thumping as flashbacks of Jaws the movie come rushing into our heads. We have all been gripped by the horrifying tales of men and women lost at sea, continuously circled by hungry, prowling sharks, their dorsal fins slicing through the surface as they come closer to investigate. If we look back over the past century, there have been a steady increase in shark attacks globally. But there's also been a significant increase in the global population of people. Today, that number stands at over 8 billion people. In 1950, however, the global population was just 2.5 billion. So with more people in the world and more people venturing into the sea, you are bound to get more human shark encounters. And that means more shark attacks. However, if you look at the statistics and consider the shark attack rate, then it tells a different story. This is calculated as how many shark attacks occur per billion people, and this has remained fairly consistent and incredibly low over the past century or so. In 1950, the shark attack rate was 0.012 per billion people, and in 2020, the rate was 0.010 per billion people. Despite this relatively unchanged attack rate, scientists have seen a rise in shark activity in our coastal waters, and there appears to be a logical explanation for this. Climate change. As we all know, the sea temperature is rising, and with it, the organisms and the marine ecosystem are being affected. 2023 saw the highest global temperatures in 100,000 years. Even the slightest change in sea temperature can have significant effects on some organisms. Salinity can be affected by temperature, which can be catastrophic for marine animal and plant life. Their tolerance to change is very low, and even the smallest variation can be catastrophic. A rise in water levels can also affect those who live on or near the shore, as well as the ocean currents that so many species rely on. Sharks prefer cooler waters. As the water temperature heats up, they are being forced out of their natural hunting grounds. They are migrating into colder waters, heading closer to the poles. This means that sharks are now being spotted in areas where they never used to be. Between 2014 and 2020, the normal northern boundary for juvenile great white sharks in the Pacific Ocean moved northwards by 600 kilometers. The younger, smaller sharks cannot maintain their body temperature in the cold waters, where the adults can. But as the sea temperatures rose, they began to move northwards, becoming prevalent in California's Monterey Bay. There may soon be warning signs on beaches across the UK or other European coastlines, alerting people to the potential dangers of entering the sea. In fact, around the UK, there are 40 species of shark, which is the highest there's ever been, and this is likely to rise to around 60 species in the near future. Beachgoers will have to begin adhering to safety advice that is more typical of Australia or Florida than Europe or more northern countries. Furthermore, the rising sea temperatures have altered the ocean's currents and therefore the dispersal of sharks' natural prey. They are having to hunt further and harder to find food, drawing them closer and closer to our shores. Overfishing has depleted their natural source of food, and destruction of marine habitats, such as coral reefs, mean that sharks are under more pressure than ever to search for their prey. When a shark attack does occur, shark experts are often quick to point out that sharks are under immense strain with depleting fish stocks. Tragedies in the Red Sea caused by shark attacks have been attributed to overfishing. A loss of the shark's typical food source, such as tuna, is driving them into shore, where they sense potential prey as people splash about in the shallows. It's difficult to blame the sharks for looking elsewhere for food. Not only are the rising global temperatures affecting the behavior of sharks, but it's also affecting our behavior. More people are frequenting the beach than ever as we bask in the summer sun. Heat waves are becoming longer, more frequent, and more intense. In the US, heat wave frequency has tripled since the 1960s, and that is only going to get worse as climate change grips the globe. With scorching temperatures, where are people going to go to cool down? Most likely, the beach. More sunshine means more dips in the ocean and an increase in activities like snorkeling, surfing, and paddleboarding. For a hungry shark drawn to the nutrient-rich coastal waters in search for prey, they are more likely than ever to encounter a human. And when they do, that's when disaster can strike and headlines are made. When the Jaws movie came out in 1975, there was a significant drop in beachgoers for the next few years as the Jaws effect took hold. People were too afraid to enter the water. Sharks were made out to be monstrous eating machines that attacked everyone in sight. People avoided the beach during their vacations, and as a result, shark attacks plummeted. Now, with increased sightings in places where sharks are not known to frequent, you'd be forgiven for thinking that their numbers are on the rise. But that's not true. In fact, 100 million sharks are killed by humans every year. In the past 50 years alone, 70% of the world's population of sharks and rays has been lost. Is that necessarily a bad thing? Fewer sharks mean safer seas for us, surely. Not exactly. Sharks are one of the ocean's top predators, and without them, the entire ecosystem could collapse. They stop the predatory fish that consume the same fish we eat from overpopulating the seas and diminishing our fish stocks and forcing fisheries to shut down. They keep everything in check. What happens at the top of the food chain has a knock-on effect lower down. They keep the predatory fish populations below them in balance, which in turn keeps herbivorous fish at healthy levels and prevents the seagrass and algae from dominating coral reefs. Not only do they inadvertently help to keep our food on the table, but they also bring in a serious amount of cash where ecotourism thrives. Despite their terrifying reputation, people are still fascinated by them, and they can make a significant difference to the local economy. A single reef shark in the Bahamas can earn the country $250,000 from tourism, and in Belize, a whale shark can bring in a staggering $2 million over its lifetime. However, because of their significance in the food chain and now their change in behavior and migration, they are having an impact on other wildlife that wouldn't normally be exposed to them. The changing sea conditions are forcing predator and prey closer together. In Monterey Bay, the great white sharks that have recently established a home there have decimated the sea otter population. Scientists have recorded sea otter numbers to have dropped by 86% since the arrival of the juvenile great whites. Locals have understandably become concerned with the new arrivals. Although they are considered juveniles, they can still be 6 or 7 feet long and deliver a devastating bite. But shared knowledge about sharks can help keep us and them safe. Since 1950, California has seen a 91% drop in shark attacks, thanks to education and awareness campaigns. We owe a lot to sharks, even though they can pose a threat to our safety when we enter their domain. We should treat them with respect.